illustrations of what's happening, but, you know, like on the corners of the pages. Not Game of Thrones, but maybe like kind of the era that that's in a way. Like you'd see it like stamped in the corners, or like on the front, like that's the kind of vibe I get from that. I don't know how to classify that.
When in doubt, everything's illustrated.
Yeah, I mean, realism or illustrated, that's it.
Right.
And then there's traditional, but who wants that?
There's this like traditional artist on the newest season of Ink Master, and you have all these other artists that are doing amazing things, and he's like, I do Japanese traditional. I'm like, who does that anymore?
Yeah.
You're from Ireland. Stop. It's crazy.
It's crazy to go on that show and only have one style under your belt.
To be fair, the way the industry had switched over to people just, you know, falling into their own style, just knowing everything,
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense. But at this day and age, I feel like most of the artists that go on their shirt, they have a specific style, but they also know how to do all of these things.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They've been doing it long enough to know a lot of different styles.
Yeah.
Imagine you have to kind of weigh a fair amount of work if you
Only do one? Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, some people only do the same thing.
Yeah, they do it really, really well.
Yeah. They're booked out a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, majority of my client, I can't say that this week. It's been mostly illustrated, but majority of my clientele is realism. I always tell people, find what you're good at or the market thinks you're good at, and then double down on that. At least that was my thought approach. Then now I'm at a point I can do some other things. Experiment, have fun. No. No.
You can't do that.
No fun.
Kind of force me into fucking 5
I ain't forcing nothing on you, Stetson. You have full free will.
You're right. And that's why I fight against it.
Alright, I'm gonna use yours for a minute.
You got it, man.
We're getting to it. Focused.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to like be a little bit more precise. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Every single time I do it, I'm like,
You ever do the thing where you like scrape your nose and like make a hole or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you do that?
Oh yeah.
I've done that for the first time the other day. Scrape your nose. Yeah, like the top of it, you like kind of like I use a Q-tip. Someone told me to use a Q-tip, but you scrape the top of it and like get all the little white. I don't know what you call them though. I guess it's white heads that aren't pimples.
It's like just debris, keratin and stuff like that.
If you want to, you got more on the side. I'm already pretty center.
Yeah, I just take up a lot of real estate, man.
Yeah, you're good. You got enough support on your
Yeah, I do.
ankles?
Yeah.
Are your feet gonna fall asleep like that?
No. I move my feet a lot.
You actually can come up just a little bit more too if you want. Try to inch it up there. There you go.
Yeah, that feels a little better. Hits me more on the Achilles than the back of the calf muscle.
Do a little adjustments here. And I do have like a lumbar pillow. If you
Oh, no, it's
want to throw that under you or anything. Forgot to offer it to my client the other day, so for that. Your daughter said hi.
Oh, she's on. That's cute.
Mushroom J. 1846. Is her tag.
I wonder. She's got any friends with her.
Alright, here we go.
Right on.
you've been doing the pre-care instructions.
Yes, sir. I follow your directions when you send them. Try to hydrate well. I did drink coffee this morning, but that's a necessity.
No, just real quick.
Try to hydrate and make sure you use the lotion for a week or so, lightly.
Yeah, you can see it. Lines go in like butter.
Nice.
So we were talking about color blindness earlier.
Yes.
Have you ever accidentally bought like a bright color shirt or something that you didn't intend to?
So many tragic color blindness stories. Probably the funniest one from high school was this girl who asked me very, very like earnestly. She's like, "Why do you never match?" And I was like, "I'm colorblind," and she felt so bad. And I was like, "Well, you can tell me when I don't match, and I can try to fix it."
Like, you want to be my stylist?
I'm telling you, man, it was really funny when that happened. And she was very kind about it after that. She's like, "Well, the other day your socks didn't match," and I'm like, "It's kind of impressed she was paying attention to my socks." So
Yeah.
it's like she noticed. I mean, she's checking me out, I guess. So anyway, I thought that was kind of funny.
When you brought up high school, I thought you were gonna say like you showed up to prom without a matching color shirt. Or...
Well, fortunately, that's in my wheelhouse. Black and white, man. Tuxedos. So fortunately, that's a comfort area, man. Most of the artwork that I like tends to be black and white or black and gray. Most of my ink is in that category too. So comfort zone, I guess. So I know where I stand.
How old were you when you like figured it out or found out?
I guess they do those color blindness tests.
Do they? Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Yeah, they do them with when you start going to get your eyes checked. And you look at those like pictures, which for most people,
Yeah, it's like a paisley
Exactly.
pattern.
yeah, and you can see the little dots will make a shape or a number or a letter or something like that. And I can see some of them, and then they just by and by they just disappear. And I guess I was probably third or fourth grade when I got glasses, and I think that was due to the fact I was sitting at the back of the class being a big kid, and the teacher noticed I was squinting, sort of the way it goes in elementary school, and went to the optometrist and like, "Yeah, you need glasses," which is not a cool thing in the 80s to need glasses. It was the height of like anti-nerddom. You know, you survive. You know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
80s was Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds. Oh man. Yeah, I was a tall, skinny kid with glasses, so I definitely fell into that category. And someone who played Dungeons and Dragons, so yeah. Fully a nerd. But now being a nerd's kind of cool. Like nerd chic or whatever. I wish that had been the case when I was a kid. That's why my kids and I, we love that show, Stranger Things. And the kids in there are definitely very relatable.
And it's set. What is it set? 70s?
Set during the 80s, yeah.
80s,
so
yeah.
from like 82, I guess, to like maybe 87, 88. So yeah.
This is supposedly the last season, right?
This is the last season. Yeah, my kids and I have been watching it and really enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. We watched the last installment of season 5 that they released last night. And no spoilers, but you know, if you decide to watch it.
Yeah, I'm so far behind. I think the last one I watched was season 2.
Oh gosh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
you got a lot to catch up on then if it's something if you're still interested in it. I definitely would recommend it. It's a lot of fun. But, it was a very shocking ending to episode 4 of season 5. They're gonna have another installment, I guess, around Christmas, and then the final installment will come out like in the new year.
Is the installment like a couple episodes, or
Yeah, so they're releasing it in chunks,
Gotcha.
and so it's been really cool to kind of. My kids and I, we starting, I guess, maybe back like late spring, early summer. We started the process of rewatching all the seasons, and we timed it pretty close to perfectly, so that we were finishing up the last bit of season 4, I guess it was, right before the new season dropped. So we timed it pretty close to perfect. And yeah, it was really cool to go re-experience that with them, because they watched it. They didn't start watching it when it first came out because they were too young.
Yeah.
And I mean, I did, and it was just fantastic. You know, the Duffer Brothers, the two guys that directed they're local. They're from Durham, and so there's a fair number of references in the town of Hawkins to actual like Jordan Lake and places like that. So there's all these really great sort of, if you're paying attention and you care about stuff like that, you know, cultural things that are around here and geographical things that are around here. So it's really cool. If you haven't, like, there's total like deep dive websites and, you know, Reddit and stuff like
deeper
that.
into the lore of everything.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's, I mean, I'm just touching the surface, but like, there's a fair number of, you know, threads and stuff like that you can dig into and learn more about all those connections. I'm just excited to see what the Duffer Brothers do next, because, you know, Stranger Things has been so.
Was this putting their name on the map?
I think it was. You know, I don't want to claim too much in that line because I haven't really dug into it, but yeah, as far as I know, they weren't unknown or anything, but I think this show put them on the map. Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. Cool.
My ex went to school with the brothers.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Kind of interesting to like hear that. I was like, oh, and then it like took off.
Yeah, that's really cool. What a great connection. Yeah, there's just so much talent in this area. I just think people that aren't into film probably don't know how, you know, between Wilmington and here. And
Yes,
the
they
number
built
of,
a studio here.
yeah, the number of talented people that have come out of this area. The documentary festival in Durham, Full Frame, which is just a fantastic festival, and you know, I used to try to go almost every year, at least a little bit. It's just become harder since the pandemic, and for a while they were just doing virtual. But they're back this year, and I thought about trying to at least pop in during the weekend, maybe buy some individual tickets. I used to love to get a pass and just go and spend all day, every day, just watching movies, like 8 to 12 hours a day, just in the theater. And it was such a vibe, and then the pandemic kind of unseated that in many ways. But yeah, there's just so, you know, the Center for Documentary Studies at Duke, and so many cool things in this area. I think they're just a really rich opportunity if you love film.
And in the theater, it's big screen and all.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's over at the Carolina Theater, at least for Full Frame over in Durham. And then there's surrounding smaller theaters close by. Yeah, it's such a great vibe. And they have these great sessions that are usually open to the public that you can go to that are where industry experts will come and speak, and you can just listen to them. And
Kind of like a little panel.
it is, exactly, yeah. They'll have a panel, and sometimes they'll have just, you know, fantastic guest speakers that will come in, you know, Academy Award-winning directors, and talk about their craft. And it's just so cool to sometimes be a fly on the wall. And if you're a pass holder, I mean, obviously, the passes sell out pretty quickly. And they just recently dropped them. And the premium pass is already sold out, I think, within like a week or two. I get the emails because I've, you know, been following it for so long. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Film nerd stuff.
I was thinking like spending 12 hours watching a large theater screen. I feel like it takes me 30 minutes after I leave after one movie for me to stop seeing the world so small.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. I think what's really cool, the way that the way they have it organized is that you'll watch the film, and oftentimes either the subjects of the documentary are there or the directors or both, and they'll have a talk back afterwards. Sometimes for 15
Kind of like a live
minutes.
podcast on it.
Yeah, exactly. But you're experiencing it in real time. You're experiencing it live, and I've seen so many great films there. Films that went on to win or be nominated for Academy Awards, and it's kind of cool. Like when they get nominated later, you're like, man, I was in the theater and got to see so and so talking about this, and now
It's like
they're
discovering music before they blow up.
absolutely
Yeah.
1000%. Same thing, like with the film festival. Obviously, there's music festivals around here like Hopscotch, and my son and I went this year and had just a blast. We saw Geese before they absolutely completely blew up, and we're 50 feet from the stage, and now good luck even getting close to those guys. They've gotten so big.
Is that the
Cameron
Concert.
Winter.
concert you went to
Oh yeah.
the day after?
Oh no. Oh, that's funny. I'm actually going to a show this coming weekend too in Asheville. But yeah, it's. I guess it was. I'm trying to think. No, I guess it was. Yeah, that was right after one of our sessions. Oh God, yeah, that's right. I completely forgot about that.
I think out in Graham or Medon.
Yeah, it's wild. That was another memorable experience. Yeah, we're going. My girlfriend and I are going to the Christmas Jam this coming weekend, and that'll be fun. Fun trip up to Asheville. Stone Temple Pilots are playing. Nice retro from the the 90s. And MJ Linderman's playing. He's recently blown up. So looking forward to seeing him again. Got to see him with my son in Durham at DPAC. It's past spring. It's just fantastic. Such a talented kid. So Ray, when's the next comedy gig, man? I know you're not doing anything tonight, but
The 13th, I think, is the next one I booked.
all right. So next week, actually.
Yeah, and then I don't have anything booked until the new year after that.
Oh wow, yeah, that's cool, right?
I'll probably hit mics and stuff in between, but I got my first 25-minute kind of headlining thing happening beginning of the year. And
Oh,
then
sweet.
I just had my mentor hit me up about traveling more towards the coast, and he's gonna have a show out there, have me feature on it.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. That's a big step.
I got another one like west of Roanoke that I might take, but let's see, like what they offer me pay wise doesn't make sense for the travel piece.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's like 3 hours away. So. I was I mean, there's some other things with that too as well. I was talking to a comedian last night about it that's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Is the guy that asked me to do that show west of Roanoke, like 3 hours away, didn't pay another comic once.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah, another comic like kind of put him on blast about it.
Yeah.
So I was telling him, he was like, "You should be taking every opportunity you get." And I was like, "All right, well, riddle me this." And just talking about like the integrity of it. And I was like,
Yeah.
"Should I? Like, would you?" And he's like, "You never know. You could go do that, and that puts you in front of the right person, and then now you're getting booked for other things." It's like I hear that.
Yeah, no, that's valid.
Yeah. But his perspective was from a club that had a bad reputation that he kept working and
Yeah.
getting pay gigs and was paying his bills and giving him a lot of experience.
Such a complicated business.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, like, I try to pay everyone on my shows before they leave for the evening.
Oh yeah.
Whether the check's cleared for me or not, you came out, you did your thing, and if the venue decides not to pay or something happens, that's on me, not you guys. So
Well, that's big ups for that, man. That's I suspect that's probably not the norm, man.
yeah, a lot of people wait till the check's clear before they pay out the comics, but I asked you to be on the show,
Yeah.
so you did your part. So
Yeah. Well, it's, to some degree, I guess that's kind of like dating. If you invite someone to go do something, then, it's incumbent upon you to kind of take ownership of that.
that's
I
the deal.
definitely respect that way of thinking. Thought we might see some sun today. It doesn't look like it. It's very dreary out.
I didn't think it was ever gonna rise this morning.
I know, right? The fog was kind of bad coming in. Even still, though, it's a pretty drive over here. Getting there. Always like chewing gum because it helps me stave off that appetite.
It's the old school way.
That's it.
That and Virginia Slims.
Ah, yeah, man. Let the cigarettes go a long time ago.
Just always thought that was funny marketing on them.
Oh, it's hilarious, man. Appetite suppressant. Virginia Slims. 70s and 80s, man. Women used to have the little like cigarette purse or whatever.
Actually, kind of like that. Oh, you're talking about the leather bag? Like
Yeah,
one?
it was like a little bag. It had like a little twist top on it.
Yeah,
like
a little snap twist.
Little snap twist.
Yeah,
Exactly.
my mom had one.
Oh yeah.
I thought you
was
meant
a
like the
geek.
cases. I was like, the cases were kind of cool.
Oh
Like
yeah,
the
no,
hard cases.
Yeah, the hard cases. Yeah. It's like James Bond or something. I was one of those guys that back during the 90s would have the pouch with drum tobacco and the rolling papers and stuff like that.
Walk around with bugler.
Oh my gosh. Like sitting at a bar and like rolling your own cigarettes and then smoking them feels like something from the 1800s, but no, the 1990s. It was a pretty effective way of striking up a conversation with someone. Rolling your own, and next thing you know, you're talking about whatever.
Modern day cowboy.
Modern day cowboy, exactly.
It's crazy to think about too. Is like it used to be in our cartoons.
Oh yeah,
Tom and Jerry, they'd be rolling them one up.
absolutely. It's the idea of marketing that in ways to kids.
Yeah. Future proofing your
Yeah.
brand.
I remember Saturday Night Live did a couple skits where I think it was like maybe Alec Baldwin or something. Is there like a guest host? And doing like these with the doctor would be smoking cigarettes and recommending cigarettes to like the pregnant woman and stuff. And it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not too far off for like, you know, the 40s and 50s. Where doctors would be smoking, maybe not during the exam, but
During delivery, just
right, exactly. To keep your nerves. Yeah. But I told my kids this story where I grew up in Wilson County, and I remember going to the county fair with some friends, and they were giving out free packets of chewing tobacco. And of course, my buddies and I, we were just kids, but we snagged some and proceeded to get just violently sick
yeah.
from chewing that tobacco.
It is first time.
Oh man,
Yeah.
just waves and waves of nausea.
It
never-
lightheadedness.
Yeah, I never had to be told to not chew tobacco. I discovered that all on my own.
You touch the burner. Is what
Touch the burner, exactly. Yeah, I got fried. Never touched it again. I had a couple buddies who used to dip and stuff like that in high school, and I tried that a little bit, but it's just god awful. Never my thing. But it seems like a lot of people are trying to dip stuff again. I don't know what it's called, but I've seen it advertised. I think it's called like Zen or something like that.
Yeah, I got one in right now.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, no way. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's very popular. So
You just stimulate it all day long.
yeah, man. Never got into it.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I did the whole dip thing.
Yeah. I had a couple coaches in high school that used to chew during practice, and they would have spit cups and stuff, and you just don't see that. I mean, I can't imagine, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's quite disgusting.
yeah. Big old hunk of chalk, and
Chaw.
spitting in spit cups, man, during practice.
Yeah,
And,
antique house, like you'd have a little spittoons,
spittoons, yeah, the brass spittoon, for
in the
sure.
corner, yeah.
I do remember I had one teacher growing up in high school who would give us assignments or whatever, and he usually just sat at his desk and read the paper. And he would step outside, usually 2 or 3 times a class, right outside the classroom, outside the building, not in the building, and smoke cigarettes. I mean, there were places on campus where teachers would smoke, and all those laws changed, of course, or no state property permits that. But it's hard to imagine how integrated it was into people's lives. Whether you were a smoker or a non-smoker, you had to contend with it.
The restaurant ban
Yeah,
wasn't like 04 or something.
it was late. Yeah. And gosh, I remember working in restaurants and bars all during college and stuff like that, and you should come home smelling like cigarettes. I mean, it was just like there was no escaping it.
The hostess asked you
Oh,
smoking
yeah.
or non-smoking.
Yep. And I feel like it's amazing to me it took so long for it to go away. And I know it went away other places a lot sooner than it did North Carolina, but my gosh, we were a tobacco state, you know?
Yeah, I guess being it's a primary source of
Oh my, yeah.
resource here is.
Massive cash crop.
I remember being underage, but being with my friend at one of his family's friends' farms
Yeah.
and not putting in a dip. And the guy, the place we were at, he's like, no, please.
Yeah,
please
please.
put one in.
Yeah.
He's like, you see those fields out there? That's how we make money.
Yeah, you're paying my mortgage, man.
Yeah. I ain't gonna rat on you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my kids have enjoyed hearing what they call the lore of the old folks in the 80s and 90s, and I mean, it's just to say that we grew up feral is an understatement. You know, walk around like 5 or 6 kids walking through the neighborhood, all carrying pellet rifles and headed off to, get into some kind of trouble. People call them cops now if they saw kids doing that.
Yeah. Without hesitation.
Oh my gosh, but going to rural and somewhat feral in the 70s and 80s, man. It was a good time, very different time. People sometimes maybe make it a little bit too nostalgic and trying to talk about the past as maybe a simpler time. It definitely wasn't simple. It was just different. And, think back to they had these ads that would come on television and be like, it's 10 o'clock, do you know where your kids are?
Yeah.
And there were some parents who really need to hear that, man, you know?
And your mom implemented the street light rule.
The streetlight rule, absolutely. It was so real. It was not an exaggeration to say that was 100% the rule of the land when I was a kid. That's why summer was such a treasure, man. The streetlights came on a little bit later.
did notice it right away when you were standing outside.
And working so hard on it.
Your beard looks really full too.
Yeah. Probably like the only amount of like full like hair that I have on my entire body. It's dense.
Well, I dig the curly mustache, man.
It's a lot of work.
Oh, I believe you.
Are you just twisting it, or are you using
Yeah.
like a wax?
I haven't gotten waxed yet, but I'm just pushing it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this dude was like, yeah, just kind of like, it's like when you change the part in your hair, just kind of like push it and eventually it'll just kind of keep going that way. They don't know what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, I was looking at the list however many days ago it was, and I failed to realize how many things were on it. And I was like, oh, okay, no, I got plenty to pick from. I was like, I'm gonna run out. Because it seems to be bad. We'll see. I'll look at the list. Alright. Because that also depends on what I do next. It's like what I match up with different animals. Well, if they're also if you think of any others, just let me know. If not, I can also let you some of them. It's a little bit more spread around. Because I was like, it's not happy with me already. What's that right now? It did so well with Kirby. Yeah, right. Like I can already like feel it right here. Yeah. I can see from this angle too. So nice. Also, I rarely use it. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming in. So the 4th. Yes. That one will be later in the day. Have a good one. Yeah, you too. Huh?
That's crazy. I know that's what it's made for, but that's crazy.
Oh, what? Pouring it on there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that? Like the Sharpie towel on there.
Yeah.
I did use some of the like that solidifying stuff, and I did a solidify around it.
Mm-hmm.
That was really interesting. Just like thumbs up.
Yeah, a little bit goes a long way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little bit in my cabinets. Always get like free ones at conventions.
Mm-hmm. Just don't want to add an extra expense.
Yeah.
The idea, nice.
Yeah, when 3 Paper Towels does it just fine.
Right. Order this, the puppy pad.
Yeah. Yeah, last time you were saying how well it did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not quiet no more. She had 2 larger projects this week. Oh yeah, I reached out to her, checked in with her. Yeah, that's what She said that we kind of like trade that with her, where I see her for a little bit, then you see her for a little bit.
Yeah, I always make the joke of, I'll see you in a couple weeks, but not quite literally.
Do that tomorrow. I'm off Monday. The following week, I'm gonna be out for an entire week. Try to have everything restocked and all that before I go though. If there's any like particular snacks or anything you want me to bring in here, just let me know too. We had something you were eating quite a bit of. Was it the wafer thing?
What are you talking about?
The chocolate wafers?
No, that wasn't me. Can I just say, I accidentally ate one of the strawberry ones, and I took a bite out of it. Didn't realize it was strawberry. And I went, "What's wrong with this?"
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you accidentally eat one of the the sandwich with the sweet butter pickles instead of like a dill pickle.
Yeah.
That's what it was like. And I went, I don't want this anymore. Not what I wanted.
Yeah, they aren't quite as good as the peanut butter ones.
No, sure not. No, I should be doing it. Do you need anything from me before I go?
No, I'm good.
Wait, did you say next week or the following week will be out? Or...
The following. You gotta go to work?
No.
Oh. As other shit, you mean Hades?
I haven't played in like a week. I've been so busy.
You're gonna forget where you left off.
No, I remember. I'm not done with it yet. Alright, I'll have a good one.
Have a
ya.
good day.
Do you want me to lock the door?
Sure.
My girlfriend's looking at getting a floral style pattern on her shoulder this spring. She's getting heat, I guess, down in Athens, Georgia, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. She used to live in Georgia.
There's a lot of good artists on there.
Yeah, so I'm hopeful that maybe we turn that into a road trip.
For the tattoos?
Yeah. She's on the books for this artist down in Athens. Pretty sure it's Athens.
I'm getting that itch to go tattoo somewhere else.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How often do you do that?
Honestly, just like the convention once a year.
Okay. I remember at one point I want to say, did you like spend a couple of weeks like in New York or Jersey or something?
Yeah, I used to hop up to Jersey regularly and tattoo up there.
Yeah.
And then summer of 24, I was on the road for 2 months tattooing,
Oh wow, that's
which
a long
was
time.
really good. What's up, Slavic? How you feeling, man? I was worried. Well, not worried about you, but I wanted to check in with you the other day, and I tried searching your name and I couldn't find it. See how you was doing with the pressures and whatnot. I'm doing pretty good today. A little tired today. I've been doing a lot. Yeah, 2 months. 2 months was too much.
Yeah, that's a long
I
stint.
think a month is a good. A month on the road's a good time frame.
Are you able to like have a place with friends, or do you have to get a hotel, or do you do a mix?
Well, for that, I pretty much lived out of my truck.
Oh wow.
I took my front passenger seat out and put two, 3-inch camping mattress. Well, one's a 4-inch, and then the other one's like a little 2-inch pad that goes on top of it.
Oh dude, so you're kind of camping then?
Yeah, and I had I have a power bank to power a fan, or
Yeah.
it wouldn't really do a heater, but enough to power a fan and keep me cool during the summer while I was in it at night.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the first few days kind of sucked sleeping in there, and then I got used to it,
Yeah,
and then
you
I
acclimate.
liked it. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a significant amount of freedom to be able to do that.
Yeah, I would just find like a 24-hour gas station or McDonald's or something, and somewhere had a bathroom all night.
Yeah.
Sometimes free Wi-Fi. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, Slavic. Yeah, man, just a little bit of exercise goes a long way. And thank you, man. I'm enjoying this one. I did the top of his arm two years ago? 3 years ago?
Not too long after the pandemic.
Yeah. I think like 2022 is when we started it.
Yeah, that's about right.
And he'd been wanting this tattoo, and I'm trying to do like a mashup of style and match the style at the top of his arm. Been doing quite a few illustrative tattoos this week. The one I started yesterday, I'm really stoked about too. It's a fun one. It's fun to draw it all and like kind of like completely make it my own. And I hate that I like it, but Grim Reapers are fucking cool, yeah. Like I feel like it's very stereotypical of me, but I do like them. Yeah, I do have a Discord. I'm working on my community Discord currently. I'm doing that all by myself by watching videos and such. But I got the basis of everything down. I just got to go through and fine tune like all the permissions and stuff, and then I'll start dropping the Discord for people to join and keep up with me. But on Discord, I'm joystick _ Joa. Yeah, I kept wanting to like hire someone to help me do all that stuff, and then I hired some animators off Fiverr, and I ended up like not. I found out they kind of like cut and paste some stuff, for me, and it wasn't as custom as I thought it was. And then like I've been asking people for recommendations, and nobody's really giving me any, so I'm just trying to figure out how to do it myself. Like I did that with my emotes. I ended up making them myself, and I got to figure out how to animate them too. I want animated emotes. Which at the same time I'm kind of glad, because it's been fun like learning new skills. Yeah, I know. That's why I've been working on it. It's kind of like the thing of like I wanted to see if I wanted to do stuff like this consistently, and started doing it consistently, and now I'm trying to improve the whole of it. It's like, I mean, I guess like anybody, I like having a little project too, something to work on constantly. One of those days, I'm just hungry. It should be spelled the same way with the underscore in there as well. I could be wrong. Some platforms let you use the underscore and other ones don't. Which kind of sucks, because like when I created my logo, it was with the underscore. Yeah, I've been trying to use Procreate as well for animation, because I use Procreate for all my tattoo designs. Occasionally, like, I'll use Photoshop for some things, but primarily Procreate, and they have animation in it. And from what I've heard, it's like pretty user friendly, the animations on it, so. Daughter's an artist?
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty talented.
You say it with a little pride in it.
Oh, yeah. She just messaged me and she's really liking your work, Ray.
Thank you. I try to do a good job.
Yes, sir, you sure do. The ladies in my life are tuning in.
Are they? Yeah, I noticed the numbers picked up on things. Sometimes, like, I know Saturday is like a harder day. People are usually doing other
busy.
things. Yeah. I often wonder too if it's just like the title you choose.
Mm-hmm.
As I've heard people talk about, like different YouTube videos do better if you change the titles on them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
I was even thinking, like, what if I put like tattooing a cat? But then, like, as soon as you click on it, you're like, clearly I'm not tattooing a cat.
Right.
Like doing a lion
Oh,
tattoo.
the clickbait.
Yeah, clickbait. And I was like, I don't think I want to be a clickbaity person.
Nah. That doesn't seem like you, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like family and friends of clients have really been enjoying the opportunity to tune in
Yeah.
and check it out.
Well, it's such a cool opportunity to, like, you know, you pop in, you check it out a little bit.
And it's
then-
something like you have to like go off and do on your own, you know, and
Yeah.
kind of involves them as well.
I'm sure it's a great way for you to connect with people in your circle, people that are following your work.
Yeah, I'm trying to build something different. Like,
Yeah.
there's a handful of tattooers on Twitch and stream and stuff. But the ones like I've come across, they're not very consistent at it. And there's another lady that tattoos that pops in occasionally and chats with me, and she's been doing it a little bit too as well.
That's cool.
I was like, I think it's just like a small window of people on there that are doing it.
Yeah. It's a cool way to build community.
Yeah, I think I tattooed you right before I went to San Diego,
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember that.
and that was an awesome experience going out there.
Yeah, I bet. Never been out to California.
The gaming community was so welcoming and so friendly, and
Oh, that's cool.
Slavic, if you want to, you can send it to me on Instagram if you have one. If you don't have one, then I'll connect with you on Discord after this. It'd be dope to see what kind of artwork you got from another country. I have a couple clients that like travel the world, and that's one of their like goals is to get tattooed in the places that they travel.
That's an interesting way of turning yourself into a scrapbook, I guess.
Yeah. One of my clients, I did like a hex, or I guess hexagonal pattern, like repeating pattern, and then everywhere she travels to, she has an artist fill in one of the hexes with the design that they want to do.
It actually sounds like I think that there's a scrapbook that you can buy that does something similar to that, like with national parks. Like if you visit the national parks, you get either a sticker or a stamp or something that allows you to kind of fill it out over time. It's a cool way to sort of track your experiences and your memories. And I mean, I've never heard of a person doing it with a tattoo, but definitely.
Yeah, there was years back. There was a I don't know how far along they are now, but they had like one of those hex or octagon patterns put on their leg, but they did like a little bit bigger than what I did, and then they were going around getting like some of the best artists that you can find online. They were going out getting tattooed by them in those little.
Wow.
They had like a big following too, which is cool.
That is really cool. And it's definitely a creative, inventive way of just memorializing your experiences and honoring your experiences, I guess. Sounds like it.
I think she bought a Roku. Not a Roku, a Roomba. Because yesterday, I don't know what was happening up there, but that thing was like clanking around.
Zipping around, cleaning up.
And they have a cat, and I was wondering, I wonder how a cat feels about the Roomba.
I've seen videos online of like cats riding.
Yeah.
Somehow I don't feel like the cat initiated that.
Yeah. It's like, might as well, it's here.
Somebody trying to win a America's Funniest Home Video or something.
It's all about the 80s right there.
I know, right?
Man, that used to be so good.
So fun.
Yeah, I remember like getting out of school and checking is it Tom Bergeron one?
Tom Bergeron, oh my gosh, yeah, I thought about him forever.
And back in the day was Full House. I blank.
Oh sure,
Saget.
Bob Saget. Oh, R.I.P. Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was either at the end of his life or maybe just after he passed, where all the comics come out and basically were like, you know, I know he was on Full House, but he was a legit comic.
Oh yeah.
He was like legend, which I had a hard time believing after seeing him as. Like,
Oh, and he was dirty too.
Absolutely, that was the
Yeah.
part that was the most shocking, and like, he was just such a wholesome kind of, I guess, cultural figure there all those years as a 80s sitcom dad, and to find out that he was that is sort of kind of the same thing like the story of Shel Silverstein. You know, everybody thinks of him as like this childhood like poet and an illustrator and stuff for kids, but you know, man, he lived at the Playboy Mansion and was friends with Hefner and like partied pretty hard. And was an incredible folk singer and stuff too. It's kind of like a legend of the 60s and 70s. But everybody thinks of him as like that, you know, Where the Sidewalk Ends poet, you know, like for little kids. It's a pretty small part of what he did. I think Bob Saget was very similar. He's had a very rich, creative life. It's kind of cool.
I could just imagine like an older lady during that time period, like,
Yeah.
Bob Saget's doing comedy in town. We got and expecting.
Oh god, yeah, they expect Full House.
Expecting Sweet Bob, and then
Oh man. And they get like the I can't
Raunchy
remember
Bob.
that raunchy joke he told that I guess was like it was like the subject of a documentary or something about him. But it's a really, really bad, like really sort of like truly tasteless kind of joke, kind of I can't remember the gist of it, but I think it was pretty raw, pretty rough. Definitely unexpected for him, considering his.
Yeah, I want to say it was something around like necrophilia. wasn't
Yes, it was something around necrophilia
Yeah.
or something, and you know, to each their own, but it was not what I expected. I can safely say that.
My mentor talks about it quite a bit. He's kind of built the brand of dad comedy, and
Yeah,
you know, not really. I mean, it's clean, but it's not like church clean or anything like that. But he's like, I got some dark ones in me, man. And he's like, I don't know how to bring them out.
right. Yeah,
He's like, I feel like if I threw it on my show, it would just completely blindside everyone.
people would be ready for it.
It's like I had the idea if the demand was high enough for the one that I produced to do like an earlier in the day show,
Yeah,
you know, like starting at 6:30, and then have a late night like dirty show.
oh sure. So here's a question for you, Ray. I don't think I've ever asked you this. I'm curious to see, like, if you had an opportunity to talk to any comic, living or not living, who would you want to talk to and like ask about like comedy, and what would be your reason? Like, if there's somebody you have that's like that you admire, or just be curious about their work.
Well, I feel like any modern comic, you really could find them answering a lot of the questions that you want to know online in some shape or form. I watched this show called The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard great things about it.
And in that, there's a comic. He's a legendary comic. Is Lenny Bruce.
Of course, right? Yeah.
And I think it would be awesome to like have a day to sit down and hear his stories.
Oh yeah.
And the crazy thing is, like, you know, 20 years after his time, like, if you were doing what he was doing, it was kind of hack, right? Like,
Right.
just trying to do what those before you had done. And it's kind of out of date. But it'd be interesting, like, if we're having that conversation, I would like to see someone like that try to adapt modernly.
Oh yeah. That's a fair point.
And I really believe it's the person, you know, that's the success. So like, to see, it would be cool to see someone like that, how they would approach it today.
Well, yeah. Meet the challenges of the market and the audiences today.
Yeah.
That makes sense. What is that famous movie? I think Dustin Hoffman played Lenny Bruce. I can't remember. I want to say I saw it when I was a kid. When I say kid, I mean late teenager. Not older kid. But Dustin Hoffman as Lenny Bruce, I think, was pretty impressive.
Also want to know, like, what it was like being a successful degenerate in a time that was really judged and looked down upon.
Yeah, he pushed the envelope.
Been arrested a bunch of times.
A whole bunch of times.
Although, if I'm like completely honest, now that I think about it more, Robin Williams all day.
Oh yeah.
I get all teary-eyed when I like see him in a show that I don't expect him to be in or something.
Yeah, he's so good.
I've been rewatching Wilfred, and he popped up as the guy that worked at the psychiatric hospital.
Oh wow. I don't think I ever saw that.
Also, I think like at the level of it too, like his facial structure, his beard, when he has his beard and stuff like that, and reminds me a lot of the Man I Call My Dad.
Yeah.
So I think there's a level of that to it too.
So it's like hitting you on a lot of different levels, it sounds like.
Yeah, childhood, movies, to then knowing like the depressive state of things and like health decline and like.
He's dealing with some heavy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle it like emotionally, but I'd love to be able to meet and talk to him.
Yeah, he just seems, he presented as just this fantastic human being.
And his comedy, like when he was younger, was just off the wall.
Yeah, it was wild.
So much energy and.
Yeah.
Slavic said, my kind of question, I like this guy.
Oh, that's nice. We've had some deep conversations, man.
Yeah. We've had some fellowship in here.
For sure, man, for sure.
Would you go the comedian route, or who would you want to talk to in any space? I know you're big into film.
Yeah. Oh, that's so tough. I've had the good fortune of actually talking to and meeting some of my heroes. Like Ken Burns, for example, famous documentarian. Steve James and Peter Gilbert and people like that, the documentary world. So that being able to ask those kind of questions of someone in real time is always special. But someone that I guess would be like couldn't help but just go to the legendary source of filmmaking, like John Ford. I'm reading a book, and have been for a while, about The Searchers, which is one of my favorite films. And you know, talking to a legend like that, someone who has sort of one foot in the 1800s and another foot in the 20th century, and sort of changed the trajectory of modern filmmaking, influenced so many people that we all take for granted, from George Lucas and Steven Spielberg to, you know, pretty much any modern filmmaker, I'm sure, would at least tip their hat to Ford. So that would be one. And I mean, someone who was part of like shaping the grammar of film, and of course living, of course, Martin Scorsese, you know, I mean, to be able to talk to him, and like, he comes off as so personable and so relatable and so kind. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of nuance to a man like that. It's more complex, but that's the kind of person that if I had an opportunity to talk to, that would be really, really cool. He just had such an impact on how we tell stories and the shape of film, especially in the 20th century.
The OG of the OGs.
OG of the OGs, man. Yeah, and you know, I think too, like I've seen Scorsese interviewed where he talks about what's going on with film today and how we're losing some of what makes us, I guess, connect with art. You know, maybe the speed with which art is delivered and the expectation that things be immediate and not being able to slow down. And you know, I mean, he's somebody who I think is telling stories that resonate all time and have just a massive impact on the culture. And
Can stand the test of time. And
yeah,
someone then and someone now can appreciate it the same.
absolutely.
And hopefully in 50 years, the same thing again.
Yep. And I'd make the case that Ford tells those same kind of stories, and I love that people still talk about him and reference him to this day. You know, it's very cool.
That can be considered a legacy.
Yeah, I'd
It's
say so.
living and lasting that long.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you watch one of their films, you're going to see a quality story. Even if the story's not necessarily for you, you're still going to have a good experience. You know, because not every story's for every person. You can still, I think, if something's well crafted, you're going to get something out of it no matter what.
I think there's a little logic to that with the tattooing.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is like the foundation of saying, if it has fit and flow on the body,
Yep.
then you may not even like the subject matter, but you'll feel like it fits.
Yep.
Like it's supposed to be on that person that you're viewing it on.
Absolutely. Because every person's going to have their own aesthetic and their own idea of what beauty is, but as you said, if it's well placed and well organized,
Handled with care and
Yep.
detail.
absolutely. Well, that's something I've always respected about your work, is how much time and consideration you take in making things fit, and you just stick with it until you make it happen.
Yeah, like today I was willing for us to not tattoo today.
Yeah,
We
no,
couldn't
until we
figure it
found
out,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, having a sort of willingness to be, in a conversation and slowly.
Empathetic with it too.
Absolutely.
I know you're feeling some kind of pressure of time and
Yeah.
my time and
And I think too is, from the standpoint of being someone who wants to be tattooed, I think you have to trust your artist and know that they want a good outcome for you, and they're going to want, especially someone like you who really takes the time to make your art the best it can be. You're dedicated to having a positive outcome for your client, and it just speaks volumes of the work you do as an artist and the character you have as a person. So I've always admired that about you.
yeah, it's bigger than me.
You know?
Not to simplify it, but it's bigger than me. It's more important than me.
Yeah,
I want you to have a good experience.
absolutely.
So there's a level of that too, of like, even if an artist does a good tattoo for you, but did something that made you not like that person,
Right.
now you may carry a good tattoo, but you also carry that experience
Yep.
with you too.
Yeah.
Personal to you, not the viewers that see it, but it is personal to you.
Absolutely. That's a very valid way of thinking about it.
And some people just care about the reputation of how their art looks, not the entirety of everything. Majority do, but I would say that there's a lot of great artists that offer great experiences. But I've also met some, and that's the ones I'm referencing one second.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been saying it often lately, but after the show last night, this couple come up and was talking to me for a while.
Yeah.
They were like, what do you like? What's keeping you in comedy? What do you like about comedy? And I didn't bring up tattooing, but similar to tattooing too is the two human needs that this drives the most and comedy drives is significance and service.
Absolutely.
And I was like, well, going up on stage, not a lot of people want to do that. So that gives me the significance I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And then the service is, it's my responsibility for you guys to have a good night and to enjoy yourselves and to laugh. And I like being able to provide that for you.
That's a really cool way of thinking about it.
It's cake and eat it too. It's
Yeah.
win-win, you know. I get all the things from it that I like to get from it, but then also by sharing it with others and doing a good job. I think I said it yesterday on stream of like, you know, some of those people that are there hired babysitters to be there, and this is the one night they have to get away from their
That's right.
responsibilities and
Well, it's a simple but beautiful paradox of like, a gift that's for someone else, but is just as rewarding for you, That's really cool. I like things when there's harmony and balance. And it sounds like you found that with comedy. That's really cool, man. And with tattooing.
you want to know my favorite version of that as a kid?
What's that?
When grandma wanted to feed you.
Yeah.
It made her happy to cook and feed you, and it made you happy to eat
Oh,
all the good food.
absolutely. That's a perfect comparison. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah. I miss Grandma's cooking. We were talking about Thanksgiving before we started our session, and one of the things my sister always does is she makes a dish that my grandmother used to make, and she makes it in this literally the same casserole dish my grandma used. So it's sort of like a really cool way of kind of keeping her legacy with us. It was a simple little, like, you know, like covered dish type thing you might take to the church fellowship hall, but it's, you know, nothing special, but it's still special, if that makes any sense.
What is it?
It's just like a potato casserole. Very,
Okay.
very simple, like, you know, like hash brown type casserole, but it was really just one of those things that my
It's what you
sister and
look
I as
forward to?
kids, oh yeah, my sister and I as kids, we would like literally fight over the last spoonful, and the fact that my sister's making that now, and you know my kids are having it, you know, my niece, it's really cool. My sister's a pretty cool lady, but that's definitely a cool thing she does.
I got you, Slavic. Appreciate the follow on there. Really should take a break here soon. Get some blood flow going.
Yeah, man.
I do find that when I'm streaming, I like lock in a little bit
Yeah,
more.
man, you jamming.
Also, it's been like the switch back to like very neutral music.
Oh yeah.
I used to always tattoo exclusively like instrumentals and just calming music.
Yeah, it is very relaxing. Just kind of moves to the background of your consciousness.
Allows flow. Nothing creeping in, influencing it.
Right?
I want a fireplace.
Like an old school fireplace or like a gas logs kind of fireplace?
Oh.
Is there
Yeah, I think I'd rather have I mean, the old school one, you know, you want that.
Yeah.
But do you really want that?
Yeah, man, it's a lot of maintenance.
Yeah, back when, this is probably the last time I lit a real indoor fire. I did a Spartan, I think in 22. And I was up in the Virginia mountains and got an Airbnb up there, and they had one. And I lit one. And it was enjoyable, but I was also nervous the entire time.
Oh, of course,
It was
yeah.
going, and I was
Yeah.
like, I can't, I'm not at peace with this. Like,
Yeah.
it's nice, it's cozy. Put a little pot on top of it right there, or right in front of it, so you get a little bit of moisture in the air, but
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking to have an active,
yeah.
living flame.
They had like the extinguisher and stuff, and I filled up that pot and put it to the side, but yeah, because it pops. You get
Yeah.
Even with the grate, you know, like.
Yeah, it is kind of wild.
Yeah, so I think I would rather just have a nice gas one that feels realistic and looks realistic.
Yeah, my dad was always one to have a fire growing up and stuff like that, and used to do a fair amount of splitting wood to keep the fireplace going.
Yeah, y'all didn't have a wood splitter back then, did you?
I remember my dad borrowed one or rented one. We had 2 big poplar trees taken out when I was a kid, and we got the hydraulic splitter because it was,
Oh,
too huge. Yeah. Oh man,
so easy,
so much faster.
Yeah,
So much faster.
just gotta manhandle those logs a little bit, but
Oh my gosh, we easily had, I think it was probably 2.5, maybe 3 cords of wood. I remember that Christmas I was selling cordwood and like using some of the money, go and like drive it in the truck and stack it and like make a little extra money for Christmas. People were happy to have you, get by like a half a cord or a quarter cord of wood or something like that.
what is it? When you say a cord, is it core or cord?
Cord, yeah. So I guess what is it? I don't know if the exact measurements.
This is like twine.
This is Googleable. So
Okay.
it from the standpoint of like the accuracy of what I'm about to say, I think it's either 12 or 16 feet by 4 feet by maybe 4 feet in terms of like I think what a cord is, and that is based off of like I couldn't tell you the last time I stacked a cord of wood, but I think that's pretty close.
Is it a truckload or trailer load?
So that's just based on like just dimensional. Like, I guess you probably, depending on the size of your truck, like a full size truck,
Yeah.
maybe you could loose stack like just tossing logs or split logs in,
Yeah.
like maybe half a cord into a back. of a
Okay,
truck.
so it's a massive amount of wood.
Yeah, it's a massive
Okay.
amount of wood.
It's enough for a couple months, maybe.
Depending on how you burn, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're burning daily, you burn through a cord probably in 2 weeks, I guess. I've never had to keep a fire going on a consistent basis to keep warm. I guess I'm not that old. But
Well, I knew some.
I had a buddy whose dad had a cabin up in the mountains, and in the winter they kept it going. It's like they had one of those potbelly type stoves, and that's how they kept warm in the winter. And he went through a fair amount, as I recall, on a weekly basis. Maybe not a cord, but probably close to it. But if you live in the woods and you're able to just take trees and split them whenever you need them, then I guess it's not so bad. But gosh, if you got to buy that much wood, it's not cheap nowadays.
Yeah, I pay attention to like the times you go camping and stuff. And
Yeah.
It's like it used to be worth it to stop and buy a few bundles and
Yep.
take it with you. Now it's like you want $15 for
Yeah.
7 small logs. Like
It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous.
I'm like, for $15, I'll keep walking around the woods finding
Yeah, no kidding.
loose stuff to burn.
Yeah.
That's my duty anytime I'm around a campfire, maintaining the fire.
It is a meditative practice is the best way I can characterize it. Like, I love having like a little campfire and like, sitting out by it, sipping an adult beverage, staring at the fire. There's something primordial about it.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of resets your brain. I have to say, I do love it. I haven't done it in a long time, but I do love it.
Literally, it's the thing of you got one job.
Yeah,
One
man.
job only.
Well, my dad used to say that about motorcycles, and I think we've talked about this before. Like, you don't think about anything else when you're on your bike.
Yeah.
You know, you just kind of zoom in
You
and focus
can't.
on that.
You gotta be present.
And there's something about that kind of hyper focus that allows your brain to kind of do other things. Like you got to you kind of have to reset on like a primordial level, you know.
Also, I think tattooing does it for a level of me of like reduces anxiety
Oh, that's fascinating.
because I'm focused on this. I'm not really. I mean, occasionally some things are on my mind so heavy that it's still there. It's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
present. But for the most part, like I'm so focused on this that I can't worry about anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess majority of the things that we do as humans that you're like tell your friends you gotta do it, you gotta go
Yeah.
try it, you gotta go experience. All of those things, a lot of those things are things that completely hold your attention and make you be present.
Yeah, that's a cool way of thinking about it.
For making a joke of it, like CrossFit bros, you know, they're like you gotta do some CrossFit, man. Like it's everything. Or jiu-jitsu or
Yeah. I definitely feel that way when I lift weights. It's like the gym I go to, I know a fair amount of people there, so it's hard to not get into some conversations, but I do enjoy being able to just kind of focus and just do the thing and be present with your own breathing and your own motion and movements and like block out the outside world at least for a little while.
yeah. So is it the moving the body that helps with the regulating the system, or is
I
it
think
being
so.
that present? You know?
I think it's a little of both, honestly. I think that's a really good question. I think it's a little bit of both. For me, it's, being able to move and stretch and burn off some anxiety that's maybe built up during the day. I remember I went in the gym the other day and I was pretty frustrated with some things that had happened in my day, and it just melted away during the course of lifting. And 45 minutes to an hour later, I go pretty hard and pretty quick with when I lift.
Supersets and whatnot.
Yes, I stack a lot and I take minimal breaks, and I might maybe 30 minutes in stop and get a sip of water, but that's about it. And then try to recover and hydrate and stuff when I get home. But it melted afterwards I was almost like, what was I angry about? What was I, and that's a good feeling.
That ain't no big thing.
Exactly. Well, in whatever negativity you were carrying, to have that melt away and to no longer be sort of, I don't know, poisoning your consciousness. To me, it's nice to be able to let that go. And I think that's a beautiful thing about making art or exercising or taking care of yourself or doing yoga, whatever floats your boat. Even just going for a walk sometimes is helpful.
Yeah, it's like a mental health minimum for me.
Absolutely.
If I really want to speed up the process, I'll do interval sprints.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That's intense.
Oh no, it's not. It's not that intense
No?
for me. No, like if I'm on a treadmill doing it, it's like
Oh, that's neat.
it's like 1 minute sprint and then 2 or 3 minute break and then 1 minute sprint.
Okay. Yeah.
But in my apartment complex, when I'm outside doing it, it's the long section
Right.
on each side is the walk, and then the short sections are the sprints. the one side that I'm sprinting on is long enough for me to be like, all right, can I get to that point? Can I
Yeah.
get to that point? And then the shorter side, it's like, all right, that was nothing.
I hear you. Yeah, man.
A little overdue. It's cold.
Oh yeah, it's nice and cold. Well, banging it in, man. Making some headway.
Yeah. Slowly get up.
Oh yeah.
Need to help you up.
I think I'm okay. I'm just gonna take my time.
Yep.
As long as you need.
This equipment. Yep.
Little jazz.
I like it,
on
man. Jazzy jazz. Nothing wrong with it.
Where would it be wrong to have jazz?
Man, it's on regularly at my house. I got a record player in my sort of dining room / kitchen area, and I am always listening to some jazz.
It's like you could play jazz at a funeral,
Yeah, you
a
could.
wedding.
It is there for all stages of life.
You might not want jazz at the Chuck E. Cheese, but
No, maybe not. Doesn't mean those kids couldn't benefit from it.
yeah.
I think everybody can benefit from it. Little Birdman at Chuck E. Cheese or some Miles.
Yeah, I'm really struggling with the idea where you wouldn't want jazz to be played at. I was trying to think of it from like a comedic, writing a joke standpoint. Like Chuck E. Cheese was the only one I could come up with.
Yeah. Nothing's coming to mind. Funny.
I mean, I was going to jokingly say you might not want it at your pap smear, but like I think even jazz fits there. You know, it's
It
calming
does.
music. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it works at the dentist. It works, I guess, if your ankles are in the stirrups, as you said. Man.
I think I just realized something new about jazz.
Yeah.
What you think, chat? Where would you not want to hear jazz at? What isn't fitting for jazz?
Interested to hear if anybody has any
Yeah.
thoughts.
The only one I can come up with is Chuck E. Cheese. You don't want jazz at Chuck E. Cheese.
I feel like the Chuck E. Cheese band played ragtime, though. Did they not?
They probably did. I probably am completely wrong with
Yeah,
that.
I feel like they had that little band that they played music. Maybe I'm just remembering.
All right, let's make it a little more adult. You don't want jazz at paintball or,
No, there you go.
or
That-
airsoft, yeah.
yeah, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, I think the only place would be like combat stuff. Like you might not want your entrance music to UFC to be jazz.
Not unless it's banging.
Yeah. Or you're just a stone cold killer. Like
Yeah.
earlier I had a thought of like a joke to expand on. Now I can't remember what it was. I feel like I had a list somewhere and I could expand on a list. I have this part in my act where I think I told you about it. Someone looks at me and says, "I've never seen a Southern white gangbanger before."
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was trying to think of like how to add on to that of being like, I don't think I could be a gangbanger because learning gang signs is kind of like learning sign language, and I struggled enough to learn English.
Yeah. It is a complex, I guess, system to decode. I don't know that I want any part of it. It sounds like work.
Then like at a certain age, you're gonna start getting arthritis in your fingers from trying to do it. So
Develop a speech impediment. Yeah. That sounds about right.
that's funny. Arthritis. If you were signing and you had arthritis, would that be a speech?
It would be a speech impediment. Yeah, I guess it would be. Right? So you gotta be careful in the wood shop. You lose your ability to say certain words if you handle the buzzsaw wrong. I had an uncle who was a logger and he only had, I think, 7 fingers if I remember correctly.
Including thumbs?
He had his thumbs.
Oh, yeah, it's
He had his thumbs. He and not full fingers. He just like the ends and tips of a couple. But I guess in terms of the nuance of sign language, he was had a speech impediment. So if he
That's how you know how many years you've been doing it.
Yeah. Well, he was also one leg too. He had one leg. He's my mom's brother.
When you're down to 4 fingers, you're close to retirement.
Yep. Absolutely. To the point where you can't even hold the chainsaw anymore.
You can't pull the trigger.
Exactly. Yeah, R.I.P. to Uncle Kenny. He was a good dude. He was a wild man, but he was a good dude.
Not a wild uncle too.
I think everybody does in the South. At least one, right?
Yeah.
At least one.
If not, you know someone with one.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about smoking earlier. He would always try to smoke in the house at my mom's house, and she would say, "Kenny, go sit on the back porch." Oh, okay, I'm sorry. He'd go out there. He was always nice about it, but it never stopped him from trying to light up at the supper table.
The other day, is he just so used to his own place?
I think so. I think he
Did
was.
a couple drinks deep. And
Oh no, he didn't drink.
Oh,
Not
he
that I
didn't drink?
recall. No. Yeah, I think he may have been a teetotaler. I never saw him drink. So I mean, maybe he did, and I just didn't see it. He didn't let kids see him do it. But yeah, he was. I think the only vice that I know he had was cigarettes. That's true for a lot of my elders or teetotalers.
It's like such contrast, like for me growing up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, just
not teetotalers.
no, just my grandma.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, everyone drank. Like it was so normal.
I feel like a lot of people would. In the South, you have family members who don't drink in front of people. They'll just go and take the cooler full of beer in the trunk and go off down a dirt road and drink. You know, they don't want to do it at the house. I don't want mom to see them do it. Or grandma's case happens to be. You know, I made the mistake at one point of mentioning to my dad's mother, who was a teetotaler, that I occasionally had a beer. And boy, it sent her over the moon. She was so worried about me. My dad was like, "Son, you don't tell your grandmother that." I'm like, "I'm so sorry." I figured at 23 it was a safe space, but it was not. So she was just wanting the best for her baby.
Is there a movie that if you could watch it again for the first time, what would it be?
Oh wow. say for me that would have to be Blade Runner.
Classic.
Classic sci-fi. I love sci-fi, just in general. And that film, like, I don't know, I mean, I saw it as a kid. My dad was a big sci-fi fan. He turned me on to sci-fi films and stories and books and stuff. But it'd be a toss-up between that one and maybe Star Wars: A New Hope. You know, but that would have to be that I hadn't seen any of the other Star Wars movies either, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it would have to be a full wipe of the series.
Right, exactly. So it's like that being exposed to that universe again for the first time. I feel that way. I feel like as an adult, though, Blade Runner would be a little more exciting for me as an adult. I feel like Star Wars was great to see as a kid for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as an adult, I might be kind of like, it's okay. You know? But as a kid, it really excited my imagination. Yeah. Pretty fantastic storytelling. Both cases. What about you? That's a really good question. Is there a story or a experience or a film we should go back and do again for the first time? Such a good question.
Well, the first one that came to mind actually it came up last night. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the documentary, The Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia.
Yes. Oh wow. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a while, but yeah.
It's a very wild one, and yeah, that's the first one that came to mind. Like, I guess the low-hanging fruit of that thought.
Yeah.
The next one, classic of mine that I love. I actually use the name in a lot of games that I play.
Mm-hmm.
The Fifth Element.
Oh, I love The Fifth Element. Oh man, that's such a great choice.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh man, that is such a great choice. My kids still haven't seen that one with me, and I feel like I've done them a disservice. I feel like they need to see that one before they go off to college. It's such a fantastic movie.
Yeah, and I wish I'm at a point where I haven't watched it in enough years now that like some of it would still feel pretty new in some ways.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about this scene. But yeah, I would like to re-experience.
Oh, that's a great choice. Great choice.
For the first time. When I was on the road in 24, they brought it to a local theater and replayed it again in theaters, and I regret not being able to catch that.
I did see that one in the theater when it came out. Yep. Big fan.
So when I'm like in game and it requires you to put a name in game, I always go Corbin Dallas.
Very great choice. Oh man, what a great Bruce Willis at the absolute height of his powers. Oh man, he's so good in that film. So good. Yeah, I think that director, I think it's Luc Besson. I don't think he's done anything as good since that film. I mean, he's made some. He did that. I'm trying to remember the name of it. That came out maybe 10 years ago. Oh gosh, I can't think of what it was called. It was another sort of like world-creating, universe-creating sci-fi movie, and it didn't. Like, I think it got critically panned, and it didn't do well at the box office. Something like something in 1,000 Planets. I cannot remember what the name of it. It had a kind of a long name, where The Fifth Element was like a perfect name.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was mysterious, but it was easy to remember. Anyway, Yeah, that visual, that style that he has was still part of that new film. But there was something about The Fifth Element that, I mean, even
I mean, the opening scene of like those I forgot the name of them. Gorgonauts. The big guys.
the giant robot guys.
Yeah, that protects the key and all that.
Correct.
Like they show up. Yeah.
What I mean, you think about that film, which had to use a fair amount of practical effects. It holds up. Like I've actually seen it kind of recently, like a couple years ago, and I was so impressed with how well I feel like it holds up. You know, that it, you know, so many of the, I'd say, 90s, early 2000s sci-fi films, like the special effects sometimes are just, it's painful now to watch. Like it's because everything's come so far. But I think that film used a fair amount of practical effects, and so it kind of holds up in ways that CGI just doesn't hold up. If it's dated, specifically, if it's dated. Even like the first Jurassic Park, which at the time was just, you know, it was, there was nothing else like it for the longest time. Even though it's not as good as what we see today, it's still pretty impressive. Like because they had a fair amount of practical effects mixed in with it. You know, like that famous scene with the Triceratops was all like practical effects. Then they had, of course, some CGI too. And animatronics, exactly. They did a fair balance, I think, and I think that's part of the reason why that film holds up so well. And it's just good storytelling. You know, you get sucked into the story, and you know, if the effects are even halfway decent, then it, you know, you forget about it and forgive, you know, any.
Well, I grasped that at I would say like a fairly young age, of like maybe even before turning 18, of when it came to horror films. Like people go crazy over the new horror movies, and I was like, the older ones without the CGI, like let my imagination work so much through it, and I don't know, I enjoyed those movies so much more.
I agree.
I mean, like some of the jump scare stuff today, like CGI definitely helps the effect, but
good storytelling is good storytelling. You know, I think about someone like Alfred Hitchcock, who was at one point considered the master, not of horror films, but more, I think, of what people would largely describe as like thrillers. Things that keep you on the edge of your seat. Whether it's, you know, Psycho or Rear Window or The Birds or whatever. So much of it was about the storytelling and about creating suspense and not special effects.
yeah, they didn't depend on special
Yeah.
effects.
Now, were there instances where they did some really cool things with special effects? Yeah. But that's not what made the movie good. It accentuated already what was a good story. So. I mean, you even think back to, you know, Star Wars, or as I mentioned, Blade Runner. So many of what would be CGI today was done with, like, you know, painting, you know, and all kinds of other kinds of practical effects. And to me, that kind of stuff, it feels like that kind of storytelling holds up. It makes me wonder, especially as AI, when we took our break, we were kind of talking a little bit about AI, and I think that there's so many great things that AI can do, but I guess I don't know, the kind of detail and neurotic approach to perfection that a creative human can do, and the soul that they can put into it, it's always going to be better. Maybe we were talking about this before, or maybe I saw it on your socials. Maybe you posed this question or something like it, where if you could just get like a tattoo.
Yeah, you walk in and get it done and you're gone.
Yeah, right. And like, let's say, I don't know, 30 minutes or whatever, and it just basically like it's the essential of like 3D printing of tattoo, I guess. Like, and you just go in and basically you get it done. You get it exactly like whatever picture you put in, it sort of recreates it. I don't know. To me, it's like the process and knowing that a human being did it, and are there going to be like imperfections? Well, of course there are. I mean, because a human being's doing it. And I don't know. To me, the thing that always makes the sort of artificial sort of realities that AI creates, and the sort of weird soulless quality that it has, to me, makes it less desirable. And maybe they'll reach a point where AI will become as neurotic as humans in their creativity, but I think we're a long ways away from that. Maybe we'll see it in my lifetime, but probably not.
Have you heard the music where they're taking known modern songs and converting them into 50s
Yes,
soul?
absolutely. I just saw one the other day, and I shared it on my socials, where I think it was AI generated a very, like, one of my favorite songs, Fugazi's The Waiting Room, and AI turned it into some kind of like, I don't know, like R&B song, sort of R&B / reggae song. And, I wanted to hate it, but it was actually really fun. And so I was like, man, I don't want to like this, but it's actually kind of a bop, I really dug it. And I don't know.
Well, I had the feeling that AI would always be incapable. There wouldn't be any soul behind it.
Right.
It couldn't strike an emotion in you. And then and I know it's the lyrics. It's the lyrics of a human that wrote it.
Right.
But the voice created by AI in this 50s soul vibe, 50s and 60s, like it makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and it's like, I know it's not real, but man, when I hear the voice singing it, it feels real. And so, like, that's kind of started to change my perspective a little bit.
Yeah. If it passes the sniff test, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, people are falling in love with their AI chats, and they're going to their AI chats for support and counseling and psychological guidance and stuff. And, you get people falling in love, I guess. If the feeling feels real, then who am I to judge? I don't know. I mean, how much of any love in any relationship is being in love with the idea of being in love, especially at the beginning, Then you get into the hard work of maintaining an actual relationship where there's strife and disagreement and stuff, and that's part of it, And if there's really no chance of rejection, are you just sort of falling in love with an extension of your own ego to some extent, you know? Sort of an echo of your own imagination. I mean, again, we all do that to some degree, right? I mean, we all project on other people our innermost needs, rightly or wrongly. But it's fascinating.
Yeah, but my thought in that is like, is those that fall in love with their chatbot.
Right.
Is their chatbot, does it challenge them?
Exactly.
Or does it just feed them exactly what they want, how they want it?
It was probably programmed to some extent to do exactly what you said, to give you what you want, to keep you engaged. But it's almost like, I think back to the movie The Matrix, and how in the initial iterations of The Matrix they said that it failed because it was too perfect, you know? And, you know, if the weather's always 75 degrees and sunny with no humidity, there's a point where your body on some level wants a rainy day, you know? And I guess the chatbot's never going to give you a rainy day, you know? It's never going to push back the way a real human with an ego and needs and anxieties is going to push back. And some people, I guess, would argue, well, you know, I want to have 75 and sunny with no humidity every day. And I mean, again, to each their own. Who am I to tell them that that's not okay?
Yeah.
You know? I personally wouldn't want that.
Then that's the question: how do you know what's good without the bad? Like,
exactly, it starts to have no meaning. Yeah, it's a really complicated world where I think about my kids. It's like, this is the world that they've got to navigate. My God, I'm so glad I'm not 16 or 17 trying to figure this stuff out.
in the heavy influential age, and
Man. I mean, you think about the millennial generation, which is really the last generation that is kind of hybrid, you know, that remembers and had to navigate a world that was both analog and digital, you know. I mean, pretty much anything after millennials, they all they know is digital. Like, all my kids know is digital. So to some degree, they have no real. I mean, they like things that are analog, but it's one thing to look at it as almost like an artifact of another time, and to have had to actually use it. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, they had to put DVDs in DVD players.
yeah, it's like you take a compass into the woods, and you're trying to get to point B, but if you get lost, you know you can pull your phone out and figure out where you're at.
Having to navigate with a compass and a map. I mean,
Having to navigate with a phone book.
yeah, having to navigate with a phone book. Looking something like, I can remember stopping on the side of the highway and looking something up in the yellow pages and trying to find like a hotel or something when you're someplace you don't know. Driving around aimlessly until you find something that looks okay to eat, you know.
We're taking the gambles and discovering the hidden gems.
Yeah. There's magic in that, but it was also kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it was not. It was not efficient.
No, it was not efficient. Well, you think of so many stories and movies and songs that wouldn't exist. You know, think of the song. Was it 867-5309, where someone's written his girlfriend's number on the bathroom wall or something, and I remember that actually being a thing, like people writing people's numbers on in the bathroom.
Yeah, you put your buddy's number on the
Yeah,
stall.
so he gets spammed
next,
or whatever.
Yeah, next to call me for a good time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and I guess that can still happen to some extent. You know, people getting spammed and swatted, all kinds of awful things. But yeah. But that song just wouldn't make sense anymore in the same way. Right, you know, what was that movie that came out, I guess maybe late 2000s? Excuse me, late 90s, early 2000s. I think it was like Colin Farrell maybe. It was something about a phone booth or something. Where this guy couldn't leave the phone booth. Somebody was holding him hostage.
Yeah.
It's like, there are not even any phone booths anymore. Well, I think the last one or something got pulled out of New York City, I guess, maybe 6 months ago or something like that. Just, you know, or the phone boxes like Doctor Who and England, you know, this stuff is bygone era. It was fun though. Not efficient, but fun.
Slavic said, yeah, I agree, AI will never make me feel
Yeah.
and get goosebumps like when listening Who Wants to Live Forever song, for example.
Right on. Who does? I was talking about that with my son last night. You know, he was talking about growing up, and he asked me, "It's like, would you want to be young again?" And I was like, honestly, no. I feel like been there and done that. You know, I got no desire to want to be 17 or 20 again. I don't romanticize it. It wasn't easy. It was hard. Not knowing your place in the world, trying to find your way,
Not knowing yourself.
not knowing yourself. Like, the wisdom that comes with being my age is,
Peace of mind.
yeah, it was hard won, and I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to call myself wise or anything, but more from the standpoint of like, you know, I've earned my stripes, you know, and I don't know that I want to go backwards, and I don't know that it would make sense, like having the mind I have in the body of a child. I don't know. Maybe it would be awesome. Maybe I'm selling it short.
Yeah, I guess it would be the question, would you want to go back knowing what you know? Or go
Well,
back
yeah.
not knowing what you know? And experiencing it all over again for the first time.
Well, that's kind of like you were saying, if you could go back and watch a movie and sort of wipe the slate clean, which one would you watch? That's such a great question. I think it's sort of the same kind of question here. Like, yeah, if I went back, I would want to re-experience everything, but I don't know that I'd want to have I don't know if I want to be a blank slate again. Ugh. It's so hard to fill the slate, you know? You get so much time and energy and stress. And, you know, I've often said as a parent, you know, you just want to put certain knowledge into your kids' brains and just have it
Yeah, you just want to download it, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it'd be like Neo from The Matrix and just know how to do Kung Fu, but there's something about earning the practice that feels authentic. I don't know if it, you know, I don't know if there's an easy route. Yeah, I think if I went to the past, though, I wouldn't want to give up who I am now. Or if I could have a younger, less achy body, you know, that's, you know, as you get older, you got all the aches and pains that come with age, and I don't hate, you know, I wouldn't hate losing that. But
Well, you also gain the roller coaster of emotion that
yeah, you do.
comes with the
Man.
boosted hormones.
Oh man. how much time and energy was wasted in that age and that era. You just following your, your instincts, shall we say, your appetites.
Yeah, I agree with you, Slavic. Like, you've grown to love and like who you are, then
Yeah.
going back would make you not want to change anything, because then you wouldn't know the person you are today.
So valid. Gosh, that's so valid. Yes. So true.
That's what, like, we talked about this during one of our, I think the first session on your other forum, of like regrets around that, and like how I'd said I hadn't really had a serious regret in life, like,
Yeah.
because even the mistakes I made, like, I learned from them and moved on. And even the one, I don't really want to say it now, but like, even the one that I was saying, I truly feel like I regret it.
Yes.
I no longer feel that way. I'm at a healed stage from that. And
Yep.
so even that now, I wouldn't want to change it. I feel like.
Same. I agree. And it brought you to the place you are now.
Yeah.
Well, it's, people will say that to you sometimes, like, aren't you going to regret having those tattoos when you get older? I'm like, no, quite the opposite. I feel like it gives me a constant reminder of the time and place. And it's like any kind of scar, it's a reminder of the past and that you overcame it, Something beautiful in that.
So that also leads into the wouldn't get an instant tattoo.
Yeah, for me, it's a hard no. It's it sounds attractive in the sense that obviously it would be getting to some degree what you wanted, but I feel like there's a process. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a cheat code for it. It's at least there shouldn't be. Maybe that makes me a bit of a Luddite.
Well, that's just your personal value.
Yeah.
It was surprising that, like, some people was like, maybe not for all of them, but I would consider it. Some people were like, absolutely, I would absolutely. But majority were all like, no, like, it's an experience. I like my artist, or it's therapy. I enjoy it was a high number of people that was like, I enjoy the pain of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a great question. I found it intriguing. For sure.
Sonic said, don't get me wrong, I'm 43 years old, but 16 in my head.
Yes.
A bit of a dumbass and stupid.
That's very relatable. Oh, I can remember very much what it was like to be that age. And it doesn't feel that long ago. I tell my kid that all the time, man. I'm like, I can remember like it was yesterday exactly what I was feeling and thinking when I was your age. I feel like some adults tend to lose touch with that.
I'm one.
Yeah?
Yep, I'm very, I don't remember. It's like hard for me to remember things past 10 years without a trigger.
Oh, wow. That's fascinating. Different ways of processing memory. Yeah.
Honestly, sometimes when I'm tattooing, though, I get these moments. Well, not sometimes, frequently, I get these moments where I'm like, I'll remember an experience and then be like, oh yeah, like, that's what I went through then. And not even like a traumatic kind of thing, but just like, it's like unlocking it.
That's really cool. I guess you have to wonder to what extent is that part of what keeps bringing you back to this work, It's like a deeper emotional connection that's personal like that. a side, obviously, it's your craft, but there's a deep emotional attachment to that craft and what it brings you.
Yeah, I would say even like 10 years into tattooing, 2 years in, I remember the stories, but I don't actually. It's hard for me to relive the experience and like in that level of thought.
Yeah, I know, I hear you.
Also, to have this tendency to like second guess the memory. Because it's like, am I really remembering it that way, or like, or you have this story or this narrative that you say for so long, and then like, well, I don't actually remember that moment. I just remember this story that I've been repeating.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah. Well, memory to some degree is the stories we tell ourselves, you know, and when we have dreams, we're building stories. Our brains are processing and organizing and storing and trying to navigate and make sense of what would otherwise be chaotic, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, we're constantly bombarded with a deluge of sensory information, and you know, your brain has to unpack all that and like structure it, and that's
literally
I guess,
like a computer.
Yeah, like your brain has to process and compute the and make sense of what would otherwise be chaos, sensory chaos. And I don't know, to me that I guess the idea of memory. I mean, you know, to what extent is it a factual representation of a past experience, or is it just
a broken file?
Yeah, a broken file, like, you know, encoded with like chemical compounds, you know, like, you know, hormones and
or the biases of it.
Yeah, and all the biases, all the I need this memory to be this, and I don't even know that I need that, and so, you know, all of my inner processes are taking something that's maybe either painful or pleasant and situating it in your memory banks in the way that your body and brain needs it to be, you know, and so you're remembering what you need to remember and forgetting what you need to forget to sort of preserve your own fragile ego and consciousness and stuff, you know. That shit's wild, man. And if you're doing that with all memories, you know, are we just all lying to ourselves all the time? And the answer is probably, yeah. A fair amount, you know.
To talk about dream, you brought dreams up into this too. Is like, I've had experiences in dreams that feel so real that then like I question that too of a memory. Like, did I truly experience that, or was that a dream that I experienced?
Yeah.
And like it feels fact to me.
Yeah.
This is lucid dreaming, like.
Yeah. Yeah, lucid dreaming is wild.
There's many times that the outcome of a dream affects me emotionally that day or mentally that day following it.
Well,
and even though
you're building new memories on top of what amounts to a dream, and then you have to reprocess the memories of the dream, you know, it's like sort of spins out on itself a little bit. That's wild.
And you like know, like I know that it was just a dream, but I'm still carrying that in my body through the day.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, our onboard computers are weird, man.
Right on. Absolutely. Very well put. As I was telling my kids last night, I was like, man, I don't, my random access memory isn't what it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a few corrupted files in there.
Quite a number. Quite a number.
You know, a really odd one too is like, find it hard to remember stuff past 10 years, but then occasionally I'll like remember being a really small child, like 3 years old.
Yeah. I was talking to my daughter about that, and she's like, I don't have any memories of like being a little tiny kid. And I'm like, really?
You must have had a pretty good one then.
Yeah.
Because like, what is it right? Like survival based, we store the
Yeah.
traumatic events and
Tend to.
only the really, really, really good events we hang on to.
Yeah.
And the one I was referring to when I was 3 was me getting stuck in a kitchen chair
Oh my.
and not being able to get out of it.
That
There's
sounds
also
pretty
photo.
scary.
There's also photo proof of it too out there.
So you got a mixture of memory and then obviously photographic memory.
Yeah, there's a what was the old you get them printed out
Like a Polaroid?
not the instant one, but the one where you
Like going to like
get them
you take it
developed.
to
Yeah,
Target or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
To the Walmart.
To the Walmart. Oh man. Remember taking photos in to get developed. That is something kids don't understand at all. The idea of wanting to have a physical picture, you know? There was no other option. You wanted to see your photos, you had to get them developed.
Yeah. Oh, well, you also had to wait to see how good of a photo you
Yeah.
took. And in my house, that costs money, so
That
you
did.
better get it right.
You better get it right. Tag on right.
I guess they did give you proofs, right? Like before they fully printed them. Like you had the little.
Yeah.
You could hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I traveled to Europe and I brought back film to get developed, and I took I guess maybe 6 or 7 rolls of black and white with one camera that I had, and so I took that to get professionally developed and made some nice prints out of it. But I can't imagine wanting to do that today. Like, who would go to the trouble of like carting around high speed freaking black and white photo film? It was such a pain in the ass, and like having to make sure that it doesn't get corrupted by, elements or
Yeah,
X-rays.
just moisture getting in there.
Yeah, man. Or having it negatively impacted by some kind of X-ray machine or something like that. When you're like checking your bags or something. That was so many things to like be mindful of. Just upload your crap to the cloud, and then finish it off in Photoshop and get it exactly the way you want it. I remember taking an actual photography class in school and spending time in the dark room and developing photos and stuff. And we were in there without the teacher 90% of the time, and we had all those chemicals.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe people didn't end up blind from like screwing around, Those chemicals are not friendly. It's some harsh shit.
Having a little hard time following that Slavic. He's saying like the last few tattoos that you got, you feel like the tattoo sessions, you felt like you grew up a little more mentally after them.
Talk about me or you?
The Slavic in our chat saying he feels like he grew up a little more
Oh,
mentally
he
after.
did. Oh, yeah, very cool.
After his last few tattoos,
That's very cool.
and them having a deeper meaning, I think is what he's saying.
Nice.
We have a little bit of a language barrier.
No, that's cool.
I'm gonna pop a freshie real quick.
I'll stretch my arm a little bit, it's a little twisted. Nice.
See if this one fits. Got a batch of those needles there, and some of them don't
Oh, they don't fit in the,
fit into
the
the
gun?
machine. Yeah.
The machine? Yeah. I guess it's technically not a gun.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't really correct people. I called it a gun for a long time.
Yeah. My first ink was done with guns. I think I told you about the tattoo I got now long covered up of it was like a Celtic type knot or whatever, but it was, oh man, I think I paid $60 or something for like a 2-hour session at some warehouse in Fort Bragg. It's like a warehouse tattoo shop. Just walked in off the street.
Get bolt tattoos.
Hour later, I've got a tattoo. Like, it was crazy. And God, I had so much scarring from it. It was brutal, but it was like the minute of the gun, how loud the gun was. That was what I was.
That thing was
Sort of.
stroking.
Yeah, man. I just remember that it was like it was like a piston popping. Like it was like right because it was on my shoulder. It was right beside my ear.
I still got
Wish I
a
remember how
few
loud
of
it
them.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I got them put away.
Yeah, it's old school.
I donated quite a bit of them Do you remember when Nashville had that bombing?
Oh yeah.
One of the shops that my ex was friends with, they were affected by that, and a lot of them lost all their equipment.
Oh man.
So I was like, I've been sitting on some of these things for
Yeah.
3-4 years now. Might as well.
Might as well.
I hung on to my original 2 from when I started tattooing,
Yeah, I imagine those would be hard to let go.
and then one of my daily drivers that I use all the time, and then I had some custom Illuminati ones made. But all the other ones I had, I sent off.
That's a nice gesture, man.
Yeah, if something ever happened to my shit, man, I would. This is a livelihood.
Yeah, man.
I remember this one time, me and my buddy Andrew that I tattooed with in New Jersey went into New York City.
Yeah.
And went to the tattoo supply place, and we bought some machines. And we had got back from the train, and we got in the car, and we were driving back, and I was like, hey man, let me see your machine. And then I realized, like, you have left hand and right hand machines.
Oh no.
He accidentally bought a left-handed machine. I mean, it still worked just fine. It was just, I just thought it was funny that neither of us, when we were looking at it, noticed
Sure.
what it was until.
Oh wow.
Till later.
I had no idea. I mean, it makes total sense.
They were fun to tinker with too. Like, learning how they worked in the beginning was a little tough, but then once you learn that, like tinkering with them, trying to make them better, like that was a fun aspect of using them.
Yeah. Customize it, right?
Yeah, you customize it, make it work for you, how you work. I mean, there's value in that too, of like, if this breaks down, I have a backup one, I can send this off, have it repaired, sent back to me.
Right.
But if my coil machine, the machines we're talking about, if one of those broke down, as long as I had the spare parts around, I could take it apart, fix it, and keep going.
That's fascinating. I guess it's like, you know, the old cars where you could work on it, didn't have all the electronics in it the way
Need
they
a
do
degree.
now. Now you got to be an engineer to work on a freaking car.
Or have a $5,000 computer to
Yeah.
diagnose it.
Yeah. Feels like that's more and more common.
Yeah, if any apocalyptic zombie stuff happened, I'd definitely be one walking.
That's
I could find a horse.
Yeah, man.
I don't even know how to ride one of them either.
Jeez, I've ridden one before, but I wouldn't want to have to live or die by it.
I think I'd rather have a donkey. They're a little closer to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donkey or a mule.
Yeah, I get that Slavic. Especially if a tattoo reflects like a character trait that either you're holding at the time or you admire or want to be. It could be like a little level of accountability. I may be interpreting what you're saying wrong as far as that, but it'd be like if I was in AA and a year sober and I got the year sober chip, you know? Like, that would be one more thing to like hold me accountable, that I got this permanent thing on me that reflects that. And then if I did the opposite, fell off the wagon, then it'd be a constant reminder of falling off and having to restart. To everyone that's hanging out with us, I appreciate you guys checking out the stream. I guess I should do my obligatory plug. If you like checking out the tattooing or gaming, please give me a follow if you haven't done so already. And if you want to see more of my tattoo work, you can hit !tattoo and it'll pop up my Instagram. Thank you, Slavic. So I'm thinking 2 sessions if you're okay with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And because likely in some of that solid black area we need some touch-ups in that.
Yeah.
And we'll do
But we
all-
had talked about the shading and stuff too.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can do all the shading
Yep.
on the next go.
Yeah. That will.
Overall, be a pretty short session on that too.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was figuring.
Doing that light shading like that stippling. I don't know if you remember on the top of your arm. We move along in that pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to heal pretty quick.
Yeah, I still got time in January too. Two days in a row of lining is so good.
Yeah.
When early on in tattooing, I avoided lining a lot because it wasn't something that I was good at. Really, it took me like sticking to one machine for a while to really start to grasp it.
Sure.
And so now when I do it, it's so crispy and clean. I just,
It's gonna be very satisfying.
yeah. It like makes my soul smile.
Right on, man.
Oh man, you good, dude. I appreciate the follow. I mean, throwing that prime my way would be awesome, but I'm just happy you're hanging out here, man. Don't ever feel bad about that. I think I appreciate those people who subscribe, but I think like the coolest thing about that feature is like those that gift subs, because then that's like supporting the channel and also sharing with others at the same time. So I really like to see that. I do have like a Nightbot command that does say eventually when we get enough text in here it'll pop up. I've tried to make it funny in a way of being like, we all kick up to Daddy Bezos. So if you do have Prime and want to support the channel, use it on here. Also, I kind of feel like I don't add enough value for that currently too. Like, I want to get some more emotes and stuff for you guys that do sub. So I'm gonna have some exclusive. I mean, I got a few on there now, but also, you guys on YouTube, if you haven't already, please hit subscribe on that for me. There's this thing where, like, when I don't have a lot of sleep, I get, you know, really, like, a little bit, like, emotional, right? But, like,
Yeah.
in a like, deepened state of gratitude about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why it is, but it's usually when I've, like, not had a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, I was getting my feelings there about that, of, like, the whole idea of streaming and community and like
Yeah.
where we're at in the world right now. Like I think about it too with tattooing in a way of like, we've evolved and built a society for so long that I'm here at this point that I'm drawing in people's skin. Like that's where we're at. You know what I mean? Like we've been able to thrive and survive for so long that we're able to do. I mean, I guess, you know, they were doing it
They were.
at more primitive times too, but
Definitely. It's a significant particle of risk to ancient tattoos. You know.
the infection.
Yeah. So it was a sign of toughness. I was reading something recently where, you know, they were saying that people that had ink actually tend to have a better immune response. And I thought, how fascinating.
It initially when it experiences it, drops it, and then like I guess like anything around the immune system, it builds it back stronger.
Yep.
What's funny is like you have his name's literally tattoo, right?
Oh, very close. So you're talking about Queequeg?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got all the tattoos. So I'm a tattooed guy with a guy with tattoos on him.
I think I was originally doing that because I haven't read the book, but I know the story. I was doing my research on it, and it's been a while now. But how did they find him or bring him on board? And
so he, at the beginning of the book, ends up being the bunkmate of the narrator, and so he and the narrator end up becoming very deep companions. And by the end of the book, Queequeg sleeps in a coffin on the actual boat where they're hunting the whale.
By choice?
Well, that's
symbolism in the book.
There's
I know,
symbolism, yeah. So that's complicated, but and of course, a coffin ends up being used as a flotation device at a point in the book as well. So there's like a lot going on as far as like, in terms of a man versus nature story, that I think becomes incredibly fascinating. And many people also wonder and speculate to what extent was the narrator and Queequeg, were they in love with each other? And even though I don't think there's anything that you can point to explicitly in the novel that says, yeah, they were lovers or something like that. It's not like there was a homoerotic scene or something like that in this 19th century novel, but there's some circumstantial evidence to suggest that they could have been more than just friends. But again, it's just sort of like inferential, which is, that's the best books cause you to do that, and there's always a certain element that's open to interpretation. So, but yeah, he's one of my favorite characters. I feel like a lot of modern like action films sort of owe their storytelling structures in some ways, and the sort of, especially when you look at like those Dirty Dozen type films where you've got characters from different places in the world all working together for a common goal. Like Moby Dick was the first book that did that, or one of the first. Maybe not the first. But
I'll just say there's the disciples now.
Right. Yeah. But that idea of like, a cross section of the world sort of coming together in one place, a kind of sort of multicultural like team, so to speak. That notion I felt was a huge part of like what Melville was doing. I don't know that necessarily is what his aim was as an artist, but it's definitely part of his story, whether he aimed for it or not. Sometimes we end up getting things we don't intend when we're telling stories. The audience gets to have their own say at the end of the day. Once you put something out there, man.
Well, it's art.
Exactly. Once the art's out there, man, it belongs to everybody who's looking at it, Doesn't belong to you anymore. As an artist, once you put it in the world, man, it just belongs to whoever sees it. Which I think is a cool thing about tattoos, man. Yeah, it belongs to me, it's on my skin, but man, it belongs to anybody who sees it too, Which I think is kind of a cool relationship you have with the outside world.
It is a wild thought that I make all this art, but I have none of it with me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But with Instagram, you kind of do. You kind of got it in your hip pocket.
Portfolio.
Yeah.
The beauties of the modern world and
That's
photographs.
absolutely right.
You think that one cave artist was like,
Oh wow, yeah.
it's like, damn, I did that tattoo on that Icelandic lady a long time ago. I wonder where she is now.
Yeah, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, there were those people they found in like the bogs or whatever, and I guess like parts of Iceland or something like that. They were tattooed. That bog lady, I guess it might be the same person.
Icelandic princess. I think it
Yeah,
was
that's
Iceland,
exactly the one. We're talking about the same one.
yeah. I've done that tattoo on someone.
Have you really? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That was really cool to like dive into.
Yeah, that is cool.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting Slavic a tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. I see that, Slavic. Look at that. Put it out in the
Building
universe.
community, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Building community. That's really cool.
I was playing a video game the other day. Like, I was playing with a buddy that I've been playing with a little bit here and there. And, like, in the game, I needed armor.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, we gotta get out and go find some,
Sure.
man. If not, I'm one shot, I'm dead, And he was like, we were in the area where you could, like, trade and stuff like that. He's like, fucking ask someone. And then he was like, closed mouths don't get fed, bro. Like, and I was like,
facts.
you know what? I really should ask for some things more often.
Yeah.
My comedy mentor's been like, put yourself out there more, man. Go for it.
People will surprise you, man, with kindness and generosity. Most of us don't know that other people around us are hurting because everybody kind of keeps it to themselves. Yeah, they keep it close, and they think, no one's going to care. There's a lot of caring people in this world, man. A lot of kindness. There's some lousiness too. I'm not trying to be, Pollyanna about it. But there's a lot of good people in this world. Always try to keep that in mind.
Yeah, try to hold that. It's the asking for it that's the hard part.
It's hard, man. It's making yourself vulnerable.
But the definitely, like when I was talking about earlier, going to San Diego and like TwitchCon and the gaming community.
Yeah, you said how kind it was.
Yeah, it was so welcoming, so amazing.
That's awesome.
Like deep down, that's like part of what we want, right? Like,
Yeah,
we want to
absolutely.
be accepted and included.
We are social creatures, man. We are not meant to be lone wolves. There's a lot of people that think they are out there that think they're lone wolves.
Yeah, but what's crazy is wolves aren't lone either by
No,
nature.
they're not, man. That's right. That's right. They got a pack too, man. Or at least they're supposed to.
Yeah, let's see a single wolf take down Amanda.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
You know what? Just by default, I added that all caps thing, and I don't even know why. I think because sometimes when I'm typing in someone's chat, I accidentally have the caps lock on. That might be something I end up removing, and then if it becomes a problem, and implementing it again. I guess all caps do take up a large chunk of the chat space, like what's in view. I put it, I set like little funny, I try to make it funny, I ain't gonna say it's funny, but I try to make it funny of, like, when people do things you're not supposed to do in chat and it gives you a warning of it, and like that one is, if they do all caps, Hey, you don't have to yell at us. We can see your message.
Yeah, I had to get my mom to take the caps lock off. She was sending me all caps texts. I'm like, Mom, it's like, you don't have to make it all caps.
She's like, I can see it better.
that is literally what she said, dude. Literally, I can see it better. It's like, you know, you
Then
can,
you taught her how to increase her
it's
font
like you
size.
can make it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was cute. Very, very cute.
It's considering killing. I got another one for you. I've been like thinking of these questions and actually making like a list.
Yeah?
Because I do, you know, my girl occasionally will pull out like 1,000 question book,
Oh, those are fun.
and it gives us like a prompt. So like
Yeah.
as I've been thinking of them, I've been trying to like write them down. If you could go back in time, what time period would you go to and why?
Wow. Oh, that's such a great question. Oh, man. I am absolutely enamored of the I guess the American West.
Okay.
And I know that it was incredibly dangerous, and most likely I wouldn't last 2 days there.
Yeah.
But if I could go back and check out what the like the Great Plains look like, or you know, you think about like the vast expanses, especially of the West, or even
Are we talking like gold rush time or even before that?
yeah, I'd say anywhere between like 1830 and probably 1880. There's a depending on what state you're talking about, you're going into this just vast expanse of openness. I mean, kind of like
Untouched.
untouched, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
At least by any sort of like contemporary standards. I mean, obviously people live there and have been living there for tens of thousands of years, but indigenous people in particular. But you know, it's not because I have some sort of romantic notion of what it would have been like. In fact, I think it would have been brutal, harsh, and extremely dangerous for a white boy. But I don't know, something about it, and I've always been attracted to it. That, and I would say probably the same thing about London in the sort of 1800s, early 20th century. I just think it would have been a cool place to visit, but again, very dirty, like awful air quality, and nothing about it would be pretty, but you know, like to just pop in, not to live, just to visit, very short, like a weekend.
Like a little vacation in time.
Just a weekend. I don't think I'd want to be there much longer than that. But yeah, what about you? That's a great question.
Yeah, I was just thinking of that. Like, you know, I think back then, like, the streets were filled with human and
Ugh.
horse feces. So
Yeah,
like, would
real-
you even be able to stomach the smell for more than a
The smell would be foul depending
Yeah.
on what part. Yeah, people would walk around with like handkerchiefs with cologne or perfume on it just so they could not barf. You know, it was pretty horrible. Yeah, but not in all parts of town, but probably in the parts of town I would be able to be in. You know, because you're in the fancy parts of town, you got to be a fancy pants, I guess. I don't know, but it would be. It's always like the 1800s. I think is such a cool, because so much was changing, but yet so much was still like horse and buggy. But yet the world was changing, and it was like a time of technological innovation that's in many ways unprecedented in terms of like our lived experience. I mean, yeah, we have technology now, but a lot of it doesn't have an impact on the physical way we live, more the mental way. Here, the changes were happening that were like, we're going from
huge quality of life jump.
right,
Yeah.
like I mean, going from the one side of the country to the other in a matter of weeks as opposed to like months or years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that there's much you can compare it to, you know? So, it's wild. It's pretty cool, though.
So, my answer
Yeah, what's your answer?
is actually kind of the same.
Yeah, no kidding?
I romanticize the Wild West.
Yeah, it's hard not
But
to.
it's definitely more of an ego answer. Is
Yeah.
like that idea of like lawlessness and
Yeah.
the chaos and the fight for that survival and your claim. And granted, I have it in my head. Again, the ego is like, I'd conquer the
Yeah.
world. Yeah, no, I'd die
Oh, yeah.
after the first slug hit me and I couldn't survive from the infection, you know?
Yep, that's the reality. Red Dead Redemption, right? We all,
Yeah.
on some level, are attracted to that idea. There's no reset button, though. No reset button.
Yeah, I mean, even back, you get bit by a spider, you couldn't go to a hospital
No, man.
and get a remedy for it. You're done.
You're lucky if you find a patent medicine that might make your life a little less painful or miserable. It probably is going to give you poison too.
And then to like a level would probably be, I've always romanticized, and you actually being a late teen in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
don't know if I would have survived it. Like, but
Oh
I've
yeah,
always been
you'd have
attracted
been
to, like,
fine.
yeah.
You'd have been fine. You would have loved it. You'd have been fine in the 80s.
Slavic said one place is feudal Japan, like the
Ooh,
Miyamoto. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Miss Hashi times. Miyamoto Miss Hashi times.
Feudal Japan was a tough place. Any place where there's feudalism.
Can you
You got money, you're good.
can you break that down for me? I don't know what that means.
So, like feudalism, where you're thinking about like a structured hierarchy, like the super wealthy or the ruling class would have been untouchable by anyone who was like, let's say, a craftsman. And then of course you've got peasants that are working the fields. So it's like there was no movement within that hierarchy. Like there was no like social climbing. You just had to accept your existence wherever you were born and kind of find your way to thrive within that structure, you know? And whether it was feudal Japan or, you know, feudalism in like Western Europe or Eastern Europe, it was harsh, man. The powers that be had structured inequalities built into the system and help preserve their power, you know, and consolidate wealth. And, you know, one warlord fighting another warlord for, you know, title or acreage or property or freaking gold in a chest or whatever, you know. It was, yeah, man. There was something about it, though. You think about a lot of the great stories, whether it's from Japan or China, you know, a lot of the myths and legends that come out of that time period, man. They're super cool. Super, super cool. The story of the Ronin and stuff like that, that had, you know, the samurai that lose their master and they're, you know, they're sort of unbound. All that kind of stuff comes out of that time period too, I guess. It's really cool. Very, very cool period.
So you brought up the Ronin. My reference to that is recently my girl put me on to an anime that they made live action.
Oh, cool.
And it's kind of based in that time period.
That's cool stuff.
Where they're like being hunted down by the emperors.
Yeah, they posed a
warriors.
real threat. An untethered freaking basically killer or assassin. Yeah, man.
Kenshin is, she said it. I'll leave for 3:30 at 6:09. Okay. I actually may be confusing what time that starts this evening. I thought it was a little later. I thought it wasn't until like 8. If you have Nessa's number, shoot her a message and confirm, but I'm pretty sure the thing she sent me said 8. If you haven't eaten that Mexican restaurant that we like, is next door to it. I think it's called Mezcalito. That's fair. Yeah, with those delicious margaritas. Where I used to have my house, right up the street, there's always a food truck in the grocery store parking lot.
No, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh man, it's a little expensive for a food truck, but they got this Cubano torta sandwich, and basically it's just like everything you'd want, like when you're drunk. Like,
fantastic.
yeah, they got pork on it, they got a hot dog on it, they got egg on it. I even think they throw bacon in it.
Sounds good.
Some sauce and thing, and then the big old torta bun too as well.
That's awesome.
I was coming back from the show last night, and I realized what road I was on, and I was like, you know, we're going.
You gotta pull over.
We're going to that food truck right now.
Gotta hook it up.
Also tastes better when you actually have been drinking, but starting to lose the stencil here a little bit, so I'm making sure. Making the marks I want here. It was something so little in this, like figuring out these little dash marks, just the direction to put them in
Yeah.
to make it make sense. It's something so small, but like changes the overall view of it or how you view it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I've been hearing a lot of good things about where the wind goes, or where the wind. I can't remember the last word in it, but it's a free game, and I think it's based on like that time period too.
Oh, that's cool.
The chat's talking games right now. I realized I thought they were talking to me, and then I looked down. I was like, "Oh, they're carrying on amongst themselves.
Uh-huh.
They got it." It is. It feels good to see it too. It really is like that feeling of I got some buddies hanging out with me.
Mm.
Make sure I look over at YouTube every now and then. The joke is YouTube gets no love on streams.
My girlfriend says thanks for streaming. This is so awesome to watch. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, she said she really appreciates it. She said you must be getting hungry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a few hours since I heard Tell Me Grumble.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the snack though, right?
Oh yeah. No,
I'll say I got some not so healthy. No,
I
I
had
actually got some
some
jerky up there too.
No, I had a protein bar, man. That's what I always bring when I come because that fills me up and gives me the energy I need without making me feel heavy, you know? I love a Cliff Bar. Love a Cliff Bar.
I used to buy the big 3 variety pack.
That's what I do, man.
Yeah.
So I do the same thing.
When they're here at work, it's fine, but if I took those home with me, I would eat them so much.
Yeah, they're so good.
It's also the texture.
The texture's good. They're very filling. Like, I really like them. And it's like a perfect snack. Yeah. And it's not crazy calories. It's usually like somewhere between 2 and 3, depending on which one you take. So. She was laughing. She says, he's talking about food trucks. I was like, yes, he was.
that food truck I was talking about is like right next to the store. I would stop in the mornings and grab me like some caffeine or coffee or something on the way to work. And sometimes they'd switch shift to people in the morning will work nights, but when you haven't been to a store in a while,
Right.
and I was like excited. I was like, oh, I hope I see a familiar face and get to say hey to them, ask how they've been, and then you like walk in and realize like, oh, these are all new people.
Yeah, that's what happens, man.
Yeah.
How quickly stuff like that changes.
Oh my god.
So quickly.
Slavic with the dirty humor. He said, what did one lesbian frog say to another lesbian frog?
What a lesbian frog.
Rub it.
Oh, man.
That's
Come
so
on.
cheeky.
That's hilarious.
You got these for days too, don't you?
The dad jokes.
Yeah.
Dirty dad jokes. Bad puns.
Was it you that told the joke about the exterminator?
Who, me?
No, not you.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
sorry, Slavic, yeah.
I was about to say, that doesn't sound like me.
No? Okay. Someone in chat one day had it. It was like, I called the exterminator to my house to get rid of the pest. And when I went back downstairs, my wife was still there.
Oh, man.
And
That's
I was
brutal.
like, do you get to get out these frustrations in chat? That's what we're here for. It's your little safe space to vent those things.
Working through the frustrations.
Well, there you go. You can carry that one on now, Slavic. I was about to say you remember something from school, like we're the same age. But at the Scholastic Book Fair, they used to have the joke books.
Oh, yeah, dude. They had Scholastic Book Fair in my day. That shit was dope. That's
That was-
something that unifies people across time and space, man. The Scholastic Book Fair.
Scholastic lives forever.
Man, I tell you. Come home with a sack of books, man. Legends were made.
Yeah, I think that like kept Goosebumps in business for a while, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, they did.
And then the thing for my age is Captain Underpants was like becoming
Captain
real big.
Underpants, dude. That found its way into my kids' reading stuff too, man. Then they made the movie.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they made the movie, man. Yeah, it's good, clean fun.
Directed by. In a world where a baby man didn't have any underpants.
Oh man, those stories were ridiculous. My kids love that stuff.
You're welcome, Slavic. spicy.
Yeah, that crease gets a little spicy. Yeah. That and the earlier with the down close to the where the wrist comes close to the hand. Yeah, it's always a little spicy. That skin's a little thinner. Soft bits. What's strange is that oftentimes with those moments where it's a little bit sharper, to me it's like it creates this feeling of warmth, you know, that kind of radiates through your whole body. It's weird. You get this pulsations of warmth that kind of radiate through you.
Like kind of like a hot flash.
Yeah, but the hot flash is unpleasant. This is almost like the feeling that you get, like
When you step into the sauna.
when you step, like or like you're on a cool porch and you step into the sun and you feel that warmth kind of
The little
wash
warm
over
hug.
you. Yeah, it's actually pleasant.
I think I got one more of my roulette of questions.
Okay.
Is there a particular food or meal that you can always eat and never grow tired of?
Oh,
And like within reason, you know. I know anything, if you eat it same thing every day for a very, very long time, you get tired of it.
well, the answer for me is pretty simple. If it's really good, and I'm talking about quality here. And I'm reminded, answering this, I'm reminded of a show that was popular during like the 80s and 90s. It was called The Kids in the Hall.
Mm-hmm.
And in this show, there was this skit they did. It was like a recurring skit where this guy was spending all his money on a live-in sushi chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that was the whole skit. Like he was like he was going to lose his house, but he couldn't let go of his sushi chef. Anyway, so yeah, sushi is the answer. Like high quality sushi. Like if I could eat that every day, yeah, no problem. That's top shelf for me.
And I think that's a good answer because there's so many variations of
There's
it.
so much variety,
Yeah.
right? And there's just, I mean, there's so much room for creativity and, I mean, flavor. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would be the answer for me. What about you?
Mine's a little more simple of an answer. And it's because I kind of lived it that way for a while. Is back when I was meal prepping
Yeah.
every day, other than like switching up the sides, but for every day for like almost a year, I think, I ate eggs in the morning, chicken, steak, salmon
Yeah.
every day. And I don't think I never really grew tired of eggs, but
Yeah.
like it wasn't like I didn't enjoy it as much as eating steak. But salmon used to be my favorite food. Could eat it all the time till I was eating it all the time, and then now like
Yeah, I got you.
I had to take a break for a while before I came back to it. So any kind of beef, steak, I can eat over and over and over, and I like get that same dopamine hit when I'm eating it and just enjoy it.
Steak is great. I do love steak. I don't eat it often though. Gosh, and these days it's so expensive.
Yeah, I buy from a local farm to help with that cost, or I go to this Hispanic grocery store in Durham.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just like a less desired cut of the ribeye.
Sure.
But you can get like 2 thin ribeye steaks for like a little under $10.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
I think it's like I think I usually like around 11 ounces worth of steak.
It's not bad. Get bumped there.
Yeah, I also just try to be conscious of the camera.
Yeah, I agree.
I've done it so many times with my time-lapse videos where it ends up just being my hat the entire video.
Oh man, yeah. I definitely can imagine that. I think you got a couple different angles here, though.
I'm trying to think of another food I've never grown tired.
Have you ever been to one of those Brazilian steakhouses?
Oh my god!
Yeah, aren't they so good?
Once in my life
They're
in Las
so
Vegas.
good.
There's supposedly one around here. I haven't looked into it in a while.
There was one over in Briar Creek called Braza. I don't know if it's there anymore. I went to it once.
Yeah, it opened up like 2 years ago, right? Or something?
No, this one's actually been there for a while.
Oh, okay.
I think it closed though, and I think they opened another one. But they're well worth they're well worth going. And sometimes you can go during lunch, and it's much more reasonable.
Yeah.
It's rather expensive though.
Yeah, but it's oh my god, you get so much. Like they don't cap you. You can just you can just keep going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can go hard.
Yeah, the old young me comes out a little bit, and times like that where I got to hit it with a strategy.
Yeah, man.
Like we're only gonna have 2 glasses of wine, so we can have more room for the food.
Absolutely.
I remember hitting buffets.
Full day of
as a
fasting.
kid. Yeah.
Fast all day. Kill it. Go hard at night.
Kick up the metabolism in the morning, and then shut. Don't feed it anymore until you get there. I remember hitting buffets as a kid.
Oh, dude.
And like looking back, I was like, I know that was my mom's way of like treating us on a budget.
For sure. We used to stop at when I played ball in college, we would stop at Golden Corral. And you can imagine, like, we get off the bus and there's like maybe 6 guys on my team that are my height, my size. And I could just imagine the looks on the faces of the people when they saw us.
The
get
cook
on the
just
bus.
like,
They're just like, God knows.
Get
We
ready!
never, but because we were oftentimes eating before a game, none of us would eat that much. Like, we were always pretty careful about it, you know.
Yeah, I mean you were athletes. So yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, I think that they probably breathed a sigh of relief when they realized we weren't cleaning them out. But if we'd gone after the game, holy cow, that would have been a different animal.
Oh, y'all were hitting it before.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah, we hit it before.
I thought you were saying that
You come out
you ate a
after.
meal before the game and then
Oh,
went
yeah,
to
no,
Golden
like-
Corral after the game.
No, we hit the Golden Corral usually pregame, and it was an expensive way for feed a bunch of college boys. I'm sure that's why they did it. I mean, relatively expensive. So. But usually after the game, it would be maybe 9, 10 o'clock at night. We'd get something like Mickey D's on the way out, just to have something.
That's one thing I kind of wish I'd stuck with more and did more of is football or sports in school.
Yeah, man. It was a pretty good time. Hands getting tight.
Yeah, you get a little crampy feeling.
I hear that.
Especially when I'm lining, because I'm like crank it down.
Yeah.
I still don't know what it is about this that I just fucking love. Like with the lettering
Yeah.
involved and that overlay, like
You know, I thought about it when I think I was sort of waiting to get started, and you think about how like a playing card looks, the sort of symmetry of a playing card.
and the simplicity.
Yeah, like I feel like that to some degree is kind of the balance and simplicity of it is what it reminded me of, with like two heads, one on the top and one on the bottom.
And it's a little top heavy, which we like when we look at it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, and of course the shape of my forearm matches that that top heaviness, so it ends up fitting nicely in the space.
Create things as a reflection of this struggle to study our perception of self. That wave isn't necessarily a thing you achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive toward. This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water. Be like water.
green tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pulled out some cheap peppermint tea. And I'm like,
Well, stick out your pinky.
I do that naturally.
Nothing like sticking out your pinky to be fancy.
Yeah. I did that. I
Yeah.
said I did that out the womb when I was still breastfeeding. I'm wrong.
That's silly, man.
That, man. Almost there.
Yeah, I see that.
You want to take a time now to go ahead and do the red?
Oh, we can wait and do that. Yeah, we can do that.
Before you get up.
Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
Get up too quick?
No, not my head, my legs.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Before you get up, I'm gonna do a quick little video for the stream, and then,
Yeah, man.
We'll raid everyone out. We got a few people in here.
Well, I know Ray's already said it, but I'll say it too. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Appreciate all you guys lurking.
Yeah, man. It's cool. This is a big one for me.
Seeing me make art.
Yeah, man.
So we did all the line work, and I added in like the little fur texture lines, the hash lines to make that. And overall, we're gonna do some more shading in it too, and eventually we'll kind of tie it up to match with what we done on the top of the arm. And we did this one, the inspiration of Moby Dick, which is really fun to do. Just throwing in those big bold lines. Which looking, I'll probably end up thickening some of these down here up some more. And he had already had the sun there. I got a little bit of cast shadow, but
he already had the sun there, so I was trying to match a little bit of that style as well and tie it in together too. So that's why we added the red in places throughout. Let me get some in here. They're only on the spear and his wounds. But we're gonna do red eyes in the lions too, to kind of like tie them together a little bit more as well. Yeah, I really like. Yeah, it's got to be like that symmetry of the top half, bottom half, kind of like a playing card. That's so appealing. Yeah. I mean, that's always like a challenge, especially like when you're tattooing something you've done years apart, is making it look consistent and cohesive together. But I appreciate you guys. If y'all checking this out as a VOD, I appreciate you if you made it this far. I'm gonna raid us out, so if y'all just hang tight, I'm gonna take us probably someone playing DayZ. But just give me a moment to do that, please. So we'll go to Coach Stead again. I met him when I was in San Diego. He's a friend of mine now. He's getting his channel going too. Thank you, Slavic. Appreciate it, everyone. Love y'all. Hope y'all have a good night. And I'll see y'all. I'm on tomorrow too, so if y'all want to check out a tattoo tomorrow, I'll be in here tomorrow as well. Those on YouTube, I appreciate you. And I'll be tattooing again tomorrow, so if y'all want to check out what I'm working on tomorrow, come back and y'all have a good night as well.